That way we can start moving here. Okay, looks like we're waiting for one council member. Great colleague of ours. Give it a couple minutes. Okay, we'll just go ahead and get started here and call this meeting to order, and we'll go to our City Clerk, Mary Lavelle.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'll provide you the roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Present.
Councilmember Montano.
Sure, she'll be joining us shortly.
Okay, absent for the moment. Councilmember Dominguez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
I'm here.
And Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you very much, Mary. I do see the pledge on our agenda. If we may, I'd like to reserve the pledge for when we get out of our closed session. Kind of how we do it in real life, in person. But I do want to adjourn a closed session at this time. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to know for the council and the public, there are 4 items you will be considering in closed session. The first is conference with labor negotiators regarding Milpitas Employees Association. The second item is conference with legal counsel existing litigation regarding the treatment plant dispute with San Jose and Santa Clara. The third item is conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, where we'll be discussing the execution of a tolling agreement with the tributary agencies in the same litigation matter. And then the final item is conference with real property negotiators regarding a parcel on Main Street. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we'll go ahead and adjourn the closed session.
So Mayor and Council will be going to the other Zoom link I've sent by email. So join that one, leave this meeting, and I'll see you over there.
You got it. Thanks.
counter, then I'll be open to that discussion if it can be to. So I will look to my colleagues. Next up, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Okay. Okay, great. We're just waiting on one or two folks, and then we'll continue the meeting here in the open session.
Okay, I'm here.
Oh, okay,
This
great.
is Carmen.
I hear you. Okay, fantastic. And okay, great. Looks like we have everybody. Take a second, look one more time. There's a lot of boxes. Okay, great.
Okay.
All right. What's up to all the city staff? We are here. Thanks for everyone being together tonight. I've come to end of this month and the fiscal year. So let me go ahead and check in with our city attorney, Chris Diaz, for any announcements coming out of closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Direction was given to staff in closed session, but nothing that's legally reported to be required to be reported out of closed session this evening occurred in closed session. So nothing to report.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chris. And at this time, I do want to go to our Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody could please stand where you are, and we will have the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. All right. And thanks to all our community members, stakeholders, residents for tuning in tonight here at the city website, the city Facebook, and the city YouTube. We got some pretty cool items for a discussion and decision tonight. Looking forward very much to it. Next up on the agenda here is the approval. And I'll look to my colleagues for any requests or motions.
So, Mayor, I'd like to move approval of the agenda with one exception. I'd like to ask that item number 3 be moved to the August agenda.
I second that.
Okay, we've got a motion. Oh, let me pause one moment here. Councilmember Dominguez.
Oh, sorry. No, I would like to say something after the vice mayor is finished. Thank you.
Okay, so
Oh, I think there is a motion here. Are you okay with that?
yeah, so
Go ahead.
okay, so for item number 3, there's a couple of things. One is it's tied up. The reason I'm asking it the reason for it to be moved is it almost needs to be split because part of it is about Dixon Landing Park, which is close to my house, and we have to look at the 500-foot rule. And 2, it's about the Bobby Sox themselves. And so I just like to have staff bring it back after they've had an opportunity to look at a couple of things with it. And bringing it back in August will allow for that.
Yeah, that'd be great. I know there's a lot of information and a body of work that already has been conducted, but I would like to hear just as an individual. Well, I'm fine with it tonight. I think I got a couple emails, Roger Yee and folks, families I grew up with, but I wouldn't mind checking in with the school district over the summer.
Right. So I move the rest of the agenda and moving that to August.
All right.
And I had seconded.
We got a motion by the vice mayor. We got a second by Councilor Montana. All in favor of virtual call, Councilor.
Aye.
Tran, before we vote, I just wanted to note one thing for the council. I would ask our city clerk whether we have public comment related to item number 3, whether you want to take that tonight or whether you want to have it go to you by email and then we ask people to repeat, I think in August.
Yeah, we're not having we're not having a discussion. We're not considering item number 3 tonight. So I think it would be very
Premature?
more effective if we took the comments when we listen to the item in that future date.
We will make sure through the city clerk's office that all those emails are given to you so that the public knows that they are being read by the council. And then we would encourage the public to come back when this item is re-agendized, which sounds like it's the first meeting in August.
Yeah, absolutely. I hate for these comments to get lost when timing of it. And so Mary, did you want to?
I just mentioned for the council's information, there are 2 comments, and I'll follow what our city attorney just advised.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. And I see a virtual hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Since it's moving to the agenda, I don't know if this is the appropriate time. I was just a little confused. Is there an announcement period for this special meeting? I don't see it on the agenda. If not, would we be able to add that?
Yeah, you're right. We can take that. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the consideration. And I'll put my hand down.
Okay.
Mayor, just to make it
so,
clear, we
yeah.
wouldn't be adding an item, but we would just continue with our practice, which is announcements and future agenda items.
I don't think so.
Well, typically there's an announcement. Okay, so I want to focus first on the approval of agenda first before we move on to anything else. I just want to make sure that we're not doing more than one thing at once. So again, I will go to the approval of agenda. And that will include an announcement period as well. And so we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
By Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The motion is carried and the agenda is approved. Now we can go to announcements. I'll first look to our city manager. Any announcements, Steve? Okay, while he's doing that, we'll go to the other side of the dais. And we have council member of a number of hands here. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Let me go ahead and lower my hand before I forget. All right. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. At this time, I would like to ask the Council for your kind consideration due to some of the reasons around public safety and the quality of installation of electric work that's performed by taxpayer-funded dollars for the city of Milpitas. At this time, I wish to bring back an item to look to adopt the state certification language for all work related to an NEC, which stands for the National Electric Code. And it definitely make sure that I get more information, but that's all I could say based on our rules and announcements. So I thank you for your kind consideration for this item. And I would like to bring this up back when we return. It doesn't have to be August because I know there's already a lot for August, but definitely it would be great if we had it in the first 3 months. Thank you.
Mayor, would you like me to do the roll?
Yeah, I'm still not. Is there any way we get some information on this before we kind of, you know, I don't think 10 seconds is enough information for me, but it does sound promising.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, yes.
Yeah. So
I can't say anymore. So at this time,
Vice Mayor Nunez, please.
So if I may, I do want to, as you said that, I remember we did talk about this before, and I want to be supportive of this being brought back for, and so the yes or no is really just for a discussion.
correct.
Right. And so I want to be supportive of this because we did talk about this some time ago, and I don't remember exactly if it fell off or we didn't finish the discussion. So it does have to do with safety. And so it would, with our process now, it would have been good to have 10 minutes, but I know we only get a few seconds. So I just want to be able to say that I remember the discussion now, and I am supportive of this mostly because it has to do with safety and all in the electrical area for staff, construction, and other things. And I'm interested in what can be brought back to fulfill your request, Mayor, so that we have a full understanding. And I think you'll be pleased with what comes forward.
Absolutely. And it's, again, the yes or no is just to have a discussion.
Yep.
And put it on. I wish I could say more, but I definitely don't want to get myself into trouble. So I will stop there because I could see Chris looking at me. So I thank you for your kind consideration and vote.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
All right, so Councilmember Fan? Yes would be for discussion of this. No would be you're not interested in a discussion.
Yes.
Councilmember Montano? I see a yes, I believe.
Sorry, yeah, yes.
Perfect. Councilmember Dominguez is a yes. Vice Mayor Nunez is a yes. And Mayor
Yes.
Tran.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much.
That's my hand raised.
Okay, great. Any further? Okay. Next up, Councilmember Finn.
Yes. I'd like to have the council take a look and discuss, perhaps provide some direction as to revising our campaign finance ordinance to regional standards. And we can have a broader discussion about regulations regarding that, and or our open governance ordinance. It hasn't been updated in a very long time. I feel like it's appropriate for us to do that now, especially as the state has changed some of their laws, and as well as our surrounding neighbors.
Mayor, can I do the roll call?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan, I take it you're a yes. Councilmember Montano?
Is this for a clarification? Is this for a discussion on it?
Correct.
Yes.
Just a discussion.
Mhm.
Councilmember
Yes.
Dominguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nunez,
Yes.
and Mayor Tran.
I'll abstain.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next up here, Councilmember Montano.
Let me lower my little hand here. Here we go. Thank you, Mayor Tran. Can you hear me? Yeah, here we go. So the announcement is that I'm making is I've been receiving several calls from folks in the community about the weeds that are growing sky high. So I wanted to make a announcement that I have formed a Beautify Milpitas team. And Jake Jan, since my ankle is I'm disabled, so I can't go out there and start cleaning up. It's basically weed abatement and anti-graffiti. So the team is called Beautify Milpitas. I've already spoken to the city manager and Tony Onda, the director of maintenance, and they will facilitate that. But since I can't be out there, Jake Janet's, who I'm sure you know, he's been in Milpitas since 1956, so he knows Milpitas by the back of his hand. So so what I'm asking is I'm announcing that we have a Beautify Milpitas, and we're working with Tony to try to bring down the weeds and to beautify Milpitas. So Jake Janis is the one that's going to be in charge of that for now, and we're going to be recruiting volunteers. And so if you're interested, call Jake Janet's and me. And we got to make sure that our city's clean. Get rid of all those weeds. And that's the announcement that I wanted to make. Thank you. Let me close this.
So is this going to be are you proposing a city, is this a city sponsored?
It's a volunteer group. It's a volunteer group. The only thing that the city will provide are the tools, the paint, the gloves, and the vest, and that's about it. And paint.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm for it if there's social distancing.
It's all volunteers.
Okay.
Nobody gets paid.
Cool. Very well. Okay, great. All right, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, unless there's other hands, I do see a hand raised. Mayor, you might want to take that.
Okay, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And so I think I just have a question and point of clarification, because it would be nice. I think all council members have their own groups going on. I know that our office also has a beautification team. Would we be able to also get access to the bags and stuff? I think that needs to be accessible to all 5 of us, because I know each one of us does it in our own way. I know some of us do cleanups. I know some of us go out and take the removal. So I'm not too sure if this because I know I have one too. So now I'm really confused because I was told that when we have these groups, they're separate because they're not part of the city and they haven't been formed through the city. But if that's different, I'm just asking for a point of clarification because it sounds like city services is going to be accessed through this. And if so, I think that should be available to all 5 of us because we each have our own group going. So I guess it's just a point of clarification, whoever wants to get back to me on that. But I just wanted to let.
So I don't understand your question. So you want clarification of if it's city run? It's not run by the city. It's run by the group that all the city will provide is, unless somebody wants to donate.
Well, no, I guess my question is just because I also have a beautification team with volunteers. So I know other council members have also done community cleanups. So I'm just a little confused on the announcement.
Yeah, usually you have the Santa Clara Valley Water District when they do theirs. I know that some council members were there cleaning up during the spring cleanup, the creek cleanups, and also some, bunch of areas. But this one is going to be run by citizens. And if anybody wants to join in, and the reason I got this idea was from San Jose. Remember when they had the protests? And there was a lot of destruction downtown. So I was invited to go and help clean up some of the areas. And then so I said, well, we should have this in Milpitas. And I like the way San Jose, they have vests for the volunteers. They have they give them the little tweezer, I don't know what they're called, this pickup sticks and gloves and bags. So yeah, we should have something like that, in our city. So that's why
graffiti program. So I guess my question, I guess clarification is that it's not a new program because each office, like I do it, and it came from San Jose. So I guess the announcement, I just want community members to be like, even myself, we all have our own program of beautification. So I guess the community could really reach out to any of us. So I guess my question now is, city manager, is that something that all of us could access? Because for example, our office, I have been buying the supplies on my own because I was told I couldn't do that. So now it sounds like we could do that.
So before our city manager answers the question, I just want to make sure we're staying Brown Act compliant. I see a lot of hands going up, so I just want to encourage the council not to discuss, but our city manager could briefly respond.
Steve, hey, there you
are.
go.
One, I have to say, I'm sorry for joining late. I had significant technical difficulties getting back into this meeting.
We're here.
But I just caught the tail end of this. This is something that Councilor Montano had brought this up to me. I thought this was something that would be a discussion of the council when we came back after recess. I did not know this was coming up tonight. This is not, from what I understand, just from my discussion, but I don't know what happened just before I joined you, is that maybe there could be some resources available through Public Works for volunteer groups that would like to do which I just heard Councilor Montano discussing, and that could be available to any group. We would want to coordinate it though, but just catching me off guard a little bit tonight. I think it might be, if there's multiple interests, that it might be something you want to discuss, and we certainly put it on you can put it on in August, a discussion item. We'd go into more detail, and that would give myself and Public Works, and actually any of you that wanted to express some interest on that to me, so we can coordinate that and get it all into one, at least for us to facilitate whatever it is you'd like to achieve. We certainly welcome volunteerism, so I think absolutely it's a great idea, and I would leave it at that for now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. We'll go to the vice mayor, and then I'd love to go to Chris for a vote. Yes.
So I would probably ask, I'm going to ask what the vote is going to be for, but I do want to say that this effort, I applaud the effort. It is, the Beautification Day is something that CAC, that commission, does every year. I want to tell you there was a cost to that, as Sharon will tell you, because that commission pays for it out of its budget. So I'm interested in how we're going to word what we're going to vote on and bring back for discussion. There's a real difference between volunteer and city sanctioned. So Chris, I thank you for making sure that we come back. I'm not opposed at all to a volunteer program. Just know that we do have this program, and it was there before I got there, CAC. They have at least one, if not two, a year. And Sharon can provide all those records. It was there before she got there also. So just know that we have a history, and you should look at the history as to what we do and the cost of that. So thank you.
Great, Chris.
And at this point, thank you, Mayor. I'd ask for clarification from the council. Are we looking to do a vote, or does the city manager just want to put this on the agenda so council can discuss it?
As discussion, yeah, let's get the discussion so we have, greater
Sure.
details to the volunteer program. Yes.
Steve, does that work for you for our city manager?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is request to agendize in August for discussion of a city beautification, volunteerism, something to that effect.
Yes. You work with Councilmember Montano.
Yeah, I agree with that. That would be good. That's even better because you earmark certain dollars for vest or materials, whereas the other way was going to be just, people just volunteering, donating things. But yeah, if you want to do it that way.
Organizing, absolutely fantastic.
And Jake Janetz is a great guy. He knows where all the trash is in Milpitas. So, and the weeds. Okay, great.
Okay, Chris.
Okay, are we ready for a conflict of interest?
Oh, okay. All right.
I think you guys are ready, but I see some hands, so you may want to check, Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yes, just real quick. I don't see where we moved on the consent agenda.
It's at the tail end of your agenda today, so you'll get to it, I think, after item 3.
But if we wanted to pull something from it?
You could pull it when you get to consent and hear it in order, essentially. That would be number 4. Number 4 is on consent. So if you do 1, 2, 3, and then you can go for it.
Pulled consent items at the back anyways, and it's already at the back.
Okay, as long as I can do that, that's fine. Since it's different than what we normally do, and for the first time, I think I actually noticed tone from someone. So that's okay. I just was asking. I like to try to, I'm a rule follower. When I'm not breaking them, I'm trying to follow them. Thank you.
Yeah, all right, Vice Mayor, appreciate that. Yeah, I'm working with the agenda myself, and as long, really, the key is hopefully the goal is we can get to the goal, and that's to accomplish many things rightfully. So, okay, great. Moving on here to announcement of conflict of interest, and we will go to Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. We'll start at the end. Councilmember Fan?
None.
Councilmember Montano?
None.
Councilmember Dominguez?
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez?
None.
We have the one for item 3 in Dixon Landing, but that's going to be continued.
Right.
So it's not on tonight. And Mayor Tran?
None.
Thank you. And I'd also ask the mayor and council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any party entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan?
None.
Councilmember Montano?
None.
Councilmember Dominguez?
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez?
None.
And Mayor Tran?
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. And next up here, public forum. Those interested may address the city council on any subject not on tonight's agenda. People can submit comments in writing via the form available online. They may list their name and city of residence for the clerk's record. Remarks read aloud by city clerk may be limited to, let me ask here, Mary, how many public comments do we have for the forum tonight?
15 so far.
Okay, so we will do, since we are running behind over an hour typically of a council meeting, I'll request 1 minute tonight based on the number of comments. As an item not listed on the agenda, no response required from city staff or the council. No action can be taken. Council may instruct the city manager to place the item on a future meeting agenda. Mary?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll read the comments now for you that have come in for this evening. The first comment you have received is from Jamie Schletzbaum, 1775 Millmont Drive. Good evening. I would like to thank the Chief of Police, Armando Corpus, for his proactive efforts on pushing through much needed changes in policies in the department to ensure that reforms are made in our city so that our city continues to be the best that it can be. I would like to encourage our city council to work with the chief to ensure that these policies match what the citizens want and that proper protections for all are included in these policies. Obviously, we need to ban things like chokeholds and no-knock warrants, but we also need to ensure that de-escalation techniques. Oops, pardon me, something's happened there. I have to stop reading that one now. I'll go to the next one. I'll forward the text of the rest of that. Something happened to that email, which I don't know, and I'll get that to you. The next comment is from
Mayor, if I may. So before we pass that one by, I would like to make sure we capture that and consider that as a future agenda item, because I don't know all the changes that have been made. And if maybe that could be brought back to council, and those that might need policy, city manager, you could at least review those for us at whatever city council meeting you think is appropriate. I'd appreciate that.
I can return to the comments if you're ready. The next comment for the council is from Booker Jamison, Sunny Hills.
Right there. I'm sorry, Mary, my microphone was muted. I did want to follow up with the vice mayor. In the spirit of transparency, that last comment was unable. What was wrong with the last comment?
There's a listing on the inbox, and that one has not appeared any further. I can't find the rest of it.
Oh, it's just a blank email, or?
I'm going to have to investigate why I can't read the rest of it after this meeting. It's
that's
not
fair.
in the box where I was reading from. It seems to have
great.
moved on my computer. A little different than we're in the chambers.
Carry on, technical challenge.
Yes, and I, as mentioned, I'll forward that text to all of the council members.
Thank you so much.
The next comment for you that I can read is from Booker Jamison, Sunny Hills. Let me start the timer. It was embarrassing to hear Councilmember Montano defend herself with the argument that she has Black family members, so she can't be racist. It's not much different from those who make racist jokes and think it's okay because they have Black friends. Let's not forget her shameful remarks about President Obama a year ago. It's hard for us to believe that she does not have prejudice in her agenda. The next comment is from Chris Rios, 1775 Millmont Drive. As someone with a background in human biology from Stanford and experience in scientific research, I am imploring you to please take the long-term repercussions of COVID-19 into consideration. While every other country is seeing a decline in COVID-19 cases due to increasing UV exposure and humid weather, the United States continues to see an increase in cases. This is not a second wave. This is a continuation of the first wave. If drastic measures are not implemented, there will be insurmountable repercussions come this September, October, and November, where the true second wave will occur. The Costa-Hawkins Act does not prohibit you from imposing an eviction moratorium. It simply limits the scope of what you can do in regards to rent control. You must act. You must implement an extended eviction moratorium past July in order to prevent a flood of homelessness and unmitigated spread of COVID-19 into our community. This is overburden our homeless resources, our rent relief resources, our food pantry patrol. Okay, that's the end of that one. Minutes. The next comment is from Greg Hunter, Evans Road. Sorry about that. If the Minuteman could have a sandwich, it would be Chick-fil-A. It's as American of a sandwich as you can get. Don't cave in to the libtards and the PC police. Thank you to the Planning Commission for approving Chick-fil-A. Commissioner Chu made some great comments. Smart lady. Milpitas is about freedom and family values.
Thank you very much, Mary. I do want to take a moment here to ask you to omit any type of derogatory terms, profanity. I think the one that started with the L. I think we're okay to omit the derogatory, discriminatory, hateful words, but I think the rest of the comments are fine, and please carry on. And,
Yes, Mayor.
yeah, I don't want to subject you to reading things that, that are negative, and so please carry on.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for your time on this. And as much as I want to 160% agree with that statement, there is something going on in our neighboring city with the city of San Jose. At this time, I do want to ask our city attorney, because I do not also want to see profanity or any of that. But what's happening over there is that there is a case now where the city could face litigation because they're saying it's, I don't know how, but it's saying that it's against the First Amendment right, which I respect. I do know that there should not be any space for that kind of language in this chamber. I absolutely disagree with that language, and I agree with you. I just, because of what I'm seeing in San Jose, I just need to ask the city attorney along those lines for some advice. And I think this is also for the criticizing of members, freedom of speech that happens in this chamber. I have been told, Chris, that members could critique us, they could give us feedback, they could actually even at some point say very ugly profanity things, and we can't stop it. As much as that just hurts me to my core, especially when we're talking about racist remarks, because I know all of us are against that. I just want to make sure that we don't follow the footsteps of some of our neighboring cities and put ourselves in a legal risk. So I just want to kindly just put that out there before this conversation gets bigger.
And I'll briefly respond to that. I'd encourage the council not to get into a discussion on this because it's obviously not on the agenda. The short of it is this is an area that's fraught with legal risk. When you're dealing with public comment, First Amendment, constitutional right issues, this is an area where there is a lot of case law. With that said, we do have a warning on our agenda, which indicates that we will not read into the record any obviously foul language or any kind of racist words that would have meaning to them historically. So that is indicated. What I usually recommend with all of that, and if we do ultimately decide as a council to adopt a future policy that covers decorum for public comment, that it be used as a tool to redirect people, not necessarily to cut them off automatically. Obviously, if we have a policy and we hear some curse words, and let's say we are in an oral discussion with the public commenter, the mayor could nicely indicate to them that we do have a policy, that we'd ask that they modify their speech and continue on. And I think if at some point they can't modify that speech, then we'd look at what the next step would be. But yes, I would recommend that it be a redirection tool. It's much more difficult with emailed comments, obviously, because we have words on paper. I do think there is some risk, but I would recommend that the clerk, for this time being, until you have a different format, that we wouldn't read the words that are curse words or words that have historically hurt people for the time being. Now, there is some risk, so the council could make a decision to go in a different direction, but I would think that that risk could be tolerated. But again, I think once we get to an oral format, I would want it to be a redirection tool.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I thank you, Mayor, for making that request, because I do think that there's no place in Milpitas or in this chamber for hate. And I thank you, Chris, for giving us that information, because it's really helpful, not only on the dais, but also as we speak with community members and also face some feedback ourselves. So thank you so much.
We're not going to tolerate hate, discrimination, racism. We've had comments before that have been deeply hurtful to my colleagues and their culture. And I will always stand up to any type of evil, and I will stand up to really anybody or anything that will really cross the line, and I just don't tolerate it whatsoever. So I know the legal concerns, but I do know what's right and what's wrong, and I believe in our society to feel the same way. So, Mary, please continue.
Yes, Mayor, I will. The comment I was about to read you a moment ago is from Chris Rios. Excuse me, that one is for actually item number 2, so I'll hold off on reading that to you till we get to that. Next comment for public forum is from Alicia Martinez, 440 Dixon Landing Road. We need to remind City Council that yes, this is a democracy. It doesn't matter how much you dislike what people may have to say. It's childish when you say, quote, oh, well, this is just a bunch of bots or a bunch of Trojan horse viruses, unquote, when people repeatedly call out unethical behavior by City Council. Namely, Mr. Tran is the one who said this at the last council meeting. And I'm horrified that for more than 10 minutes, the council tried to shut down public comment simply because Carmen Montano didn't like a comment that she said, she always wastes time saying, quote, I need more time to learn about that. Let's talk about it later, unquote. And then you try to call that a racist comment. That's pitiful. If you cannot hear the problems of your community, or don't like being called out for failing to do your job, or don't like comments that are not all nice, then maybe you should consider a different job. It doesn't work that way. Yes, Montana, this is a democracy. I'm sorry if you don't like it, but we live in a country. Okay, that's 1 minute on that one. Next comment is from Isaac Rios, 1775 Millmont Drive. I just want to say that I have many friends who live here in Milpitas, and they are very scared that they're going to become homeless in July because no work has come in and they have to pay all the months of rent all at once in July 28th, and they don't have that money. All my friends are worried, and it's not fair that big landlords get to keep all the money and my friends are going to become homeless. I'm afraid that they will die from COVID-19 because they will live on the street and get infected. Please help them. Winter is going to be here soon, and they need a place to stay right now. Please don't let their landlords send them out and maybe have them die. They need more time to pay the rent, like with a payment plan, or if they can cancel the rent. It's not fair that the big landlords are so powerful and can push them around and take advantage. Please don't let them get kicked on the streets right now. They need a place to stay because my friends deserve to live. It's not fair that their dads and moms lost their job. They're not even using the air conditioner or driving anywhere to save money or electricity right now. Okay. The next public comment is from Yoli Garcia, 864 Founders Lane. Thank you to Housing Subcommittee for moving forward with efforts to create a task force for our homeless and unhoused community. Your community members would like the City Council to keep this issue on the front burners, include community involvement in creating the task force, and be active in the commitment for a task force. Remember, our unhoused community includes our MUSD students and families, not just those in the encampments throughout our city. Let's try and have a task force and a plan by July 27th, because Lord help us, if the July 28th eviction moratorium is not extended, we will see more of our Milpitas residents either homeless or leaving the area, their home. To quote others, Silicon Valley is home to some of the most innovative and creative people in the world. We can do this. We have to do this. Thank you for your continued support of our Milpitas community. Next comment for public forum is from Martin Rios, 1775 Millmont Drive. I'm a diabetic and I'm almost 60 years old. I've worked all my life and I've worked very, very hard. Almost 5 years ago, I used to be homeless because I lost my job and it happened that quickly. It happened so fast, but you know what? I didn't give up. I worked hard. This didn't happen because of my fault. I was let go of my job because of my age. I relied on my family and my son, and they helped save me. And together we worked so hard and are so happy to be living without debt in an apartment here in Milpitas, working, paying taxes, and bettering ourselves in our lives. We were even saving for a home because we have dreams and can make it here. But this pandemic has turned our lives upside down, and everyone I know has lost their job. I am a high-risk person, and I need to know that we'll be safe and that there will still be jobs. Right now, there are no jobs and work is slow. We all need some help to get back on our feet, not just me, but everybody. We need to postpone evictions until next year at least, until January or February, and give people more time to catch up on their rent, so to make up for the lost work. We need to forgive rent. And that is the end of 1 minute for that one. Next is from, comment is from Lisa Marino. Good evening, Mayor Tran and City Council members. As you know, we have been engaged with all of you in the past several months in the hopes of building a long-term partnership to provide housing and services for our unhoused citizens of Milpitas. Our ask was to put together a task force of 4 to 5 people who are advocates for the unhoused, and we would partner with the Sub-Housing Committee. On Monday, June 29th, the Sub-Housing Committee called a meeting for 10 a.m., which was unfortunate as many of us were unable to join due to our work schedules. In any case, we did send in our comments. Although the committee touched on our ask, they did not make a recommendation for a council vote for tonight's meeting. As I have expressed, this is our mission, and we will continue to engage until such time we as a community take action. On September 23rd, 2019, the Milpitas Beat wrote an article, Homeless on the Rise in Milpitas. This article addressed the homeless population in our county as well as our city. My heart sank as I read that between 2017 and 2019, the homeless population in Milpitas increased 89%. The next comment is from Janine of Milpitas. Good evening, Mayor Tran and City Council. The members of the Milpitas Parent Coalition is working with city leaders to establish a task force with the subcommittee to improve the lives of our homeless committee. However, it appears that the process is taking some time we can't afford to waste. As you are well aware, our homeless population has and is growing exponentially. Please have them become a part of the housing subcommittee. These individuals are extremely passionate and want to do whatever they can to help these unfortunate individuals. Moreover, it is heartbreaking to know hundreds of children are homeless and in need of services. Just imagine if these were your kids. We should not have homelessness in the country at all. Thank you. Next comment is from Kyle DeCalos, 133 North Temple Drive. First of all, as president of the NAACP Youth Chapter of San Jose and a concerned Milpitas resident, I demand body cam footage of the shooting of 19-year-old Brandeis Code. Rest in peace, brother. This happened right where I live, and it hurts to hear about situations like this. Second, I'm going to share another experience with MPD that one of my best friends experienced. He and another friend, he is Latino and the friend is Filipino, were going through the backyard of the friend's girlfriend's house, and apparently the cops got called on them. Once they left the gate, they were met with cops pointing assault rifles and pistols at them without even giving them time to explain why they were there. There were 2 other instances where that same friend was harassed and frisked without cause by Milpitas police. He was essentially racially profiled. As for me, I remember when I was in 7th grade, I ran away from home. For some reason, the cops classified me as a juvenile runaway, put me in handcuffs and drove me to the police station. 1 minute is up for that comment. Next comment is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street, Milpitas. The mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, the city manager, and staff. I understand and I know the reasons on not having the annual display of fireworks sponsored or conducted by our city. It is mainly because of the considerable amount of savings or diverting the funds allocated for this event and more, COVID-19 restrictions and more. It should be all right. God bless. The next comment is for item number 3, so I'll skip that. The next comment for public forum is from Charles Schletzbaum, 1775 Millmont Drive. What is the city's plan to fund the COVID testing if Trump follows through on his threat to cut off testing funding and we can't reimburse from FEMA? Next comment is from Stacy Brobst. Please help our homeless community. They need to be safe during the pandemic. Use the state program to get them hotel rooms. Find property for the county to use. Get the country to offer them services here instead of making them go to San Jose. Please help them. They are part of our community. Next comment is from Jackie Romero. Good evening, council members and Mayor Tran. Thank you for your service and taking on the responsibility to serve our Milpitas family. We understand the stresses that come with this elected position. Your constituents count on you to represent us. We will never know all the sacrifices you have made and will continue to make on your journey, although you have chosen this journey and their expectations from your constituents. I hope that you understand our frustration with the process of city politics. 450 children in our Milpitas family is currently homeless. We, your constituents, are commenting on public comment because we believe you have the power to make a difference in our community. If we are mistaken, I believe it is your responsibility to let us know and provide us with direction to whom we should be addressing our concerns. It is your civic duty to fulfill your moral obligation to your constituents and to communicate clearly. Reach out to us, respond to our communication. We are committed to being a part of the homeless solution. The time is now. Take action tonight to create a task force with the Milpitas groups that have been reaching out for the last 4 months. Thank you, respectfully, Jackie Romero. Next comment is from Renee Milpitas. I am so excited to hear that something is finally being done to beautify our city. Thank you, Councilmember Montano. I thank all who are volunteering for this important task. It is, however, unfortunate that the city has not provided the appropriated funding and resources to keep our city beautified on a regular basis using our staff and/or contractors. I would hope that this be kept up by our city staff to assist these volunteers. Thank you to Councilmember Dominguez as well. I would hope that you can join forces and make a larger group that can get even more done. If you would also put this on our social media so our community knows as well as have the opportunity to join the cause. What are we doing about the commercial property owners who are not taking care of their property, as there are many? Also, we have a beautification ordinance in our city that is not being adhered to by many residents and not be followed up on by the city. I hope our city never gets this way again. Thank you. The next comment is sent in again from the person that I began to read at the very beginning. If you'll allow me, I'll be able to read the entirety of this comment that I started from the beginning.
And you have, this is the one where you weren't able to read it, right?
Yes, it seems to have gone into the deleted box for some reason. I don't understand that, but the person was very kind to resubmit. So I'll read it now.
I want to hear it. Yeah, absolutely. It's the right thing to do.
This is a comment. Sorry about this, Jamie Schletzbaum, but this is from Jamie Schletzbaum, 1775 Millmont Drive. Good evening. I would like to thank the Chief of Police, Armando Corpus, for his proactive efforts on pushing through much needed changes in policies in the department to ensure that reforms are made in our city so that our city continues to be the best that it can be. I would like to encourage our city council to work with the chief to ensure that these policies match what the citizens want and that proper protections for all are included in these policies. Obviously, we need to ban things like chokeholds and no-knock warrants, but we also need to ensure that de-escalation techniques are used and that proper training is given to every officer and that these are used in every situation to ensure the safety of both citizens and officers in our city. This needs to be a part of the policy and procedures followed to keep both officers and citizens safe in our city. Thanks for listening to us. Next comment is from Kelly Clark, Milpitas. Mayor Tran, Brown Act violations. This is not the time to silence your constituents. Every politician should know the First Amendment. This is not a Trojan. This is not a robot. Next comment is from Tiffany Vuong, Clear Lake Avenue, Milpitas. I am glad to see the police chief open to making changes to the department. Please also encourage the following non-budgetary actions that can be taken right now if they are not already implemented. Suspend paid administrative leave to police officers under investigation for the use of excessive force or other misconduct. Mandate that police officers who were terminated from the Milpitas Police Department or any other police department may not be hired or rehired. Mandate that Milpitas Police Department officers found guilty of using excessive force be terminated and rendered ineligible to collect their pensions. Eliminate overtime pay for military-style training exercises performed by police officers. Withdraw the Milpitas Police Department from militarization programs. That's the conclusion of the public forum comments for tonight.
Oh, thank you so much, Mary. I thought it went very well. I want to just encourage residents to keep contributing with your public comment, engaging. I know that I heard some names that folks are super engaged consistently now through the year. And, you know, if something had piqued your interest and now you're being engaged, I welcome you to folks that have been engaged for, you know, months and years. We have residents that are super. Mr. Montemayor is an example. He's been engaged with us for years, and we hope that we are a better community with more engagement from the public. So those that have been engaged, y'all kind of know the drill, and this is what we do. Ensure open communication and transparency that really is okay. And so I encourage folks to put their comment in. Really, that's what we're here for. I've been presiding over the public forum for a few years now, and I've heard everything under the sun, and you know, I accept that fully. So I appreciate the residents for their input. And one thing I want to address just quickly is about the homelessness. The city council has approved the Milpitas Assistance Program. There's renters relief, and so you know, I really encourage any resident out there, if you're looking for a support, to really go to the city council's initiative under the city government here. And you can reach out to any of us via email, and we'll be happy to, you know, really direct you to the phone number and the city staff member that will help you if you or someone you know is experiencing homelessness. And I know when I was young, you know, my family experienced homelessness as well. So, you know, it was one of the reasons I actually moved to Milpitas. So I hear you, I feel you, and let's continue to connect. All right, let's move on to the public hearing here. I see virtual hand 1 second here. Vice Mayor Nunes.
Yes, I didn't know if maybe the city manager who wasn't here for, was it comments? At the beginning or announcements, maybe wanted to make a few comments about Montague being closed the weekend of July 10th through the 13th for the bridge.
Sure. Yeah, if for members of the public that we should have some information on our website on this, but the 10th through the 13th, Montague is being closed, and there's actually a very special reason for that. Now the diversions will be up, the electronic signage will be up. You won't be caught off guard when you're up there, other than you won't be able to travel that way, but we will reroute you safely around that location. The reason is that the city has partnered with VTA in the construction of a pedestrian overcrossing bridge. Sometimes we call it a pedestrian overcrossing or a pedestrian bridge, and that is going to be attached to the BART parking structure crossing Montague to the other side. So anybody coming out of BART can safely cross Montague and access that side of the transit area, which has a number of residential homes and units that are being built there and are constructed already, and neighborhoods already established, as well as the Great Mall. So that is the purpose for it, and it will take a few days because it's quite a span. It's going to be a huge addition to that area of town. Thank you, Vice Mayor, and Council.
Great. Looking forward to that. It'll be an epic day here in town. when that overcrossing goes up. So we'll make sure to get all the information out there for our community, social media and things. Everybody know what the road conditions will or will not be. So great. Thank you for the reminder, Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. All right.
Can I, now
Yes,
that we,
Councilmember Montano.
I just want to give a big shout out to our staff for what they're doing at City Hall, putting on the lights, red, white, and blue lights. It's really nice at night. So the public that hasn't been out there, go out there and you're going to be amazed. It's really beautiful. It's red, white, and blue lighting of City Hall. It's really, and then I think, I don't know when she's going to put the flags, the Parks and Recs Department are going to put the flags on the median of Calaveras. So I want to give a shout out to staff for doing that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes, kudos to our city staff, the incredible personnel that really make it happen. And seeing a lot of posts on social media from residents, just enamored by, really captivated and awestruck with the job well done by all those that took part, probably Recreation Services, Public Works, and everybody. I'm just gonna imagine a lot of folks out there doing
this
it.
is the first time that it's ever happened, so it's really great. It's nice.
Yeah, thank you for that historical note. And so, the first time it happened, thank you very much, Councilor Montano, and it looks grand. Oh, very well. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on here to item number 1, public hearing. Let's hold the public hearing, consider improved substantial amendments to the fiscal year 17-22 Consolidated Plan of Community Development Block Grant, CDBG funding, and amendments to the Citizen Participation Plan. And here under the agenda, we have our Director of Building, Safety, and Housing, Sharon Goey.
Also approved, because the council approved allocations, priorities, and new programs last week, we're making amendments to CDBG documents to be consistent. Next slide. Okay, so Tuesday last week, the City Council approved allocations for over $1.3 million in CDBG funding. And this was done through the approvals of amendments to the 1920 Annual Action Plan and the draft 2021 Annual Action Plan. Each year, Annual Action Plan details the funding allocation for CDBG, summarizing the activity that will be undertaken in the upcoming fiscal year. Based on Council's priority approved last week, the city is funding and implementing new activities and programs, including response to COVID-19 that were not previously described in the Annual Action Plan or the Consolidated Plan. And because the Annual Action Plans implement a jurisdiction's 5-year Consolidated Plan, since we're adding new priorities and programs to the Annual Action Plan, we need to amend the Consolidated Plan to incorporate the changes to be consistent. Okay. Okay, I guess you move on to the slide already. All right. So the Consolidated Plan details the city's 5-year plan to use CDBG funding to meet national objectives, city council, and community priorities. Since the CARES Act provided funding and flexibility to assist with COVID-19 activities, and in response, the City Council has pivoted to fund new activities and programs. We'll need to make substantial amendments to the Consolidated Plan. And the CARES Act also provided waivers to make it easier to make these amendments to the plan. To accelerate the deployment of CDBG funding, HUD is allowing cities to shorten the typical 30-day public comment period to 5 days and also to conduct virtual public hearings instead of in-person public hearings for public health reasons. And as we mentioned, the reasons for making the substantial amendments are to amend and to add priorities and goals in the consolidated plan to align them with the council funding allocations and community needs approved last week, to implement the new activities and programs that you allocated last week, and to facilitate the availability of new tools. Okay. Next slide. So here's a summary of the proposed amendments to the consolidated plan. To allocate the funding towards small business loan program, rent relief program, program administration, restating the priority needs and goals throughout the consolidated plan to be consistent with the priorities approved last week. And some of the examples include adding the goals of offering public services for residents at risk of displacement, and this to support the rent relief program, offering public services for domestic violence support, to support victims of domestic violence, and to fund an education program, and assisting microenterprises and small businesses by offering loans to businesses that have endured economic hardship. And another amendment that staff has proposed is to add a HUD Section 108 loan guarantee program to our financial toolbox and to make it available for future use. This program is a significant resource that can be used for a variety of housing, economic development, public facilities, or infrastructure projects. It still needs to meet the CDBG national objective, but we're making this amendment to the consolidated plan for the potential to apply for Section 108 loans, which is a flexible loan interest loans from HUD that will enable the city to borrow up to 5 times the annual grant to be able to undertake and finance larger projects. And council direction and substantial due diligence will be required to formally pursue Section 108 loans. But since we're amending the consolidated plan, staff's proposing to make this change simply to make the tool available for use. Next slide. Okay. The Citizen Participation Plan details the city's efforts to provide opportunities for public participation. And similar to the consolidated plan, HUD has allowed communities to lower the public comment period to 5 days. And here's a summary of the proposed changes to the Citizen Participation Plan. The first one, this is based on council feedback last week, is to change the CDBG selection process from a formal application to an unsolicited application process. And HUD also refers to this as the open door process. This will provide the City Council and the CDBG subcommittee the opportunity to more rapidly respond to urgent community needs. And it will provide greater flexibility for the city and the applicants to respond to needs in a timely manner. Staff will be working with the CDBG subcommittee to identify a process for receiving, evaluating, and selecting unsolicited applications with respect to HUD guidelines.
Another amendment. If I pause you for a moment,
yeah.
Can you inform me and for the public's knowledge, what's the difference between the applications, formal in comparison to unsolicited?
So in the formal application process, we have an opening and closing period for the application window. And an unsolicited application process, that's also referred to by HUD as the open door process. It's basically a rolling application.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so another amendment staff is proposing is to kind of make the current process, to make the citizen participation plan consistent with the current process. And that is to establish the CDBG subcommittee as the primary reporting and recommending body to the City Council. Milpitas has been holding 2 public hearings. One is at the Community Advisory Commission application review meeting, and the second one is the final City Council allocation meeting. Staff is recommending that we maintain the Community Advisory Commission public hearing to solicit public feedback on community needs, and then those needs would then be summarized and forwarded to the CDBG subcommittee. And as the CDBG subcommittee receives and reviews applications and considers requests from funding, they will make the final recommendation to the full City Council. And the last amendment we've made is to add citizen participation plan requirements to the state of emergency section to allow immediate adoption of emergency changes to HUD's citizen participation requirements. And this is in case should this situation arise in the future, and because we're amending the plan right now, just gives an opportunity to also put in this amendment. Next slide. Okay, so staff's recommendation tonight is to open the public hearing, hear testimony, then move to close the public hearing, approve the amendments to the consolidated plan, as well as the citizen participation plan, and authorize the city manager or designee to make any necessary changes to these plans as needed to comply with CDBG submission guidelines. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Sharon, for the presentation. We will go ahead and keep this thing going. Looking for a motion up the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion up the public hearing by Vice Mayor Nunez, second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is aye. The motion is carried and the public hearing is now open. We'll go to City Clerk Mary Lavelle.
There's one comment for me to share with you. It's from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. The mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, the city manager, and staff. The increment of 5 years is prompted to changes because of some very vital reasons: budgets, priorities, city reserves, federal, state economy, stocks and bonds, and other sources of revenues. So this time, being the middle of the year, 2017 to 2022, is, I believe, partly affected too, at least if not much. That's the only one for this item.
Thank you very much, Mary. I appreciate that. And that was great testimony. And we'll look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
We got a motion by Vice Mayor Nunez, second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor to close the public hearing virtually. Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself and aye. The motion is carried and the public hearing is now closed. I want to take a moment here to say what a great presentation once again. Really solid information based on the work of the CDBG subcommittee. I continue to be very pleased and thankful for both of your work, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez and Councilmember Corinne Dominguez. I really think that our CDBG process now is really stronger than ever and more accountable than ever and more impactful than ever based on the time and efforts that leadership that you all put in. And I'm very pleased with tonight's recommendations as we
continue to kind of wrap up a great year for CDBG policymaking. So that's all I have. I'll go to the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez.
So thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor, I'm just trying to lower my hand. So one, it speaks to the commitment of staff, really. Sharon, Robert, everyone there really went to, not only did they find additional dollars, they found additional programs, and all of this, as things were changing almost daily, as it seemed to me. So I really want to be able to state that I agree with you. I think our staff did an exceptional job. And it's going to continue because things are still changing. We're in the process now of trying to put together programs before the dollars even come here. And that's really forward thinking of staff and the city manager. It's for me, it's something that I have been wishing for. And so I want to thank you, city manager, for really putting together a team that is looking at doing that without being asked. It is just part of their nature. And that's important for the citizens of Milpitas, that they sort of see what is happening, not only today, but in the weeks and months ahead, which allows us to put some of these things together. I know it's not at the speed that persons would like, but that is the speed of which government operates. But we are getting better at moving faster. And I think the citizens are going to see that we are able to speed up more and more. Really, I'm just trying to keep up with the two council persons, Dominguez and Montano, who are really driving all of this. So I just think that as I look at the changes that are being recommended, these are really staff driven to make sure that we meet the needs of the citizens. And so I am really thankful that not only were they doing the work that was needed today, but they were able to look forward to put the rules in place for the work that's going to be needed in the next 6 to 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just want to publicly say, staff, I commend you for your commitment. I don't know if sometimes the community or even ourselves, I'll be honest, even council members, I know that we tend to give big ideas, great visions. And I know that this was one of those committees that, you know, all of us had to work together to really build from the bottom up. And I have never been part of a team like this one. And that includes being part of this committee with Vice Mayor Nunez, because I think we really all fed from each other and we established a vision that works for Milpitas. And staff, I want you to make sure to take July off, and I want that to be in the public record. And I am asking council members to please let them recharge. This in itself, I know this is not just the only task that you have, but what you guys have done. We say we have a small but mighty team here in Milpitas. City manager, you have created that with those that you have selected and brought on board and your continued leadership. But staff, your commitment, I hope you know how special you are to the city and how much we all appreciate you. I know that as one council member, what I have seen in this subcommittee is definitely a model. And I just wanted to publicly recognize everybody. And it was a pleasure working with you, Vice Mayor Nunez, on this. Thank you. I think you and I, we finish each other's thoughts. And I haven't been able to feel that in a long time with someone. And those 4-hour meetings that I know were really long, I do want to thank you publicly for your thoughtfulness, progressive thinking, but most importantly for just listening. I really do appreciate that. And so I definitely wanted to just take the time to thank all of you. Thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Okay, very well. I would want to always engage anybody, my colleagues really, to input. If not, I could look for a motion to approve the recommendations and also the authorization recommended this evening.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, we had a motion by Councilmember Dominguez. I think I heard also second. Is that second, Councilmember Montano?
Wait, wasn't it Nunez that went ahead and made the motion, and then I'm seconding? Well, actually, never mind. Because Karina, Councilmember Dominguez was the one that seconded. I thought it was Nunez. Thank you. Move on.
So from what I continue to listen, so I have motion by Councilmember Dominguez. I have a second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried. And item number 1 is approved. Thank you so much, Sharon, and then all the folks on your team that contributed. Okay, great. Moving on to agenda item number 2, let's receive a staff presentation and provide direction on the Milpitas Metro specific plan, the task plan, the task update. And we have here on the agenda our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We're happy to be with you tonight, enjoying the meeting that goes along. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, I have just a few preliminary comments, and I'll turn the time over to our project manager, Kevin Riley, who will introduce the consultant team that is working with us on this project. We're very happy to bring some preliminary thoughts and conceptual ideas to the council tonight for the update of the transit area specific plan. As you know, we're now calling it the Milpitas Metro Plan. The consultants will speak a little bit more about that name change. We were very fortunate to get underway with this project right before shelter in place went into effect. And we have, I'm happy to say that we have moved forward without any delay. The consultants are here tonight, as I mentioned, to share some of the feedback that they've received through their extensive stakeholder interviews. They've also met with each of you one-on-one, and we're anxious to hear your feedback and your direction as a group. I have tonight with us our planning manager, Jessica Gardner. She's going to provide, just to give a little bit of context to this, and our other big project we have going on is the general plan update. And I thought since we have it all together, she'll give just a minute or two an update on general plan, which is also moving forward without delay. We're still on track to have that hopefully before the end of the year. And then as I said, we'll turn the time over to Kevin to introduce the consultant. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Jessica for just a few words about the general plan update. And then Kevin, you can take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ned. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Jessica Gardner, I'm the planning manager, and just briefly to let you know what's going on with the general plan. We've been very busy working with the consultants as they have been wrapping up the draft plan and getting ready to release the CEQA documents. So just wanted to let you know that over the course of the next month, we will complete the draft plan, release that to the General Plan Advisory Committee so that they can take a look at that, at the draft itself. We'll also shortly after that be releasing the draft EIR, which will then be open for public comments. Public review will be meeting with the public virtually to get their comments and hear their questions. And we expect to bring this to the Planning Commission and City Council in October and November with an anticipated adoption of mid-November. If you have any questions at all, please let me know. You can also go to the planning's webpage. We do have a direct link to the general plan website. Any questions that you might have, documents that you may want to review, please look there, or you can contact me directly and I'm happy to help. Thank you very much. And I'll turn my time over to Kevin.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Jessica, Ned. Put this on. I just want to say good evening, Mayor Chan, members of the council. It's great to be with you again remotely as it is. But good evening also to the city staff and members of the public who may be tuned in for this. I think I'd like to start by thanking the city manager and his staff for all the support they've given us, as well as the other departments, city departments, who are all part of our team, and then the stakeholders from the outside who have, contributed their thoughts and spoken with us during the interviews. And then a special thanks to the members of the council, the mayor. During our interviews, you all gave us your thoughts and ideas, and those are very helpful to where we are going with this in the long term. So in a moment, I'll turn this over to our consultants from Urban Field Studio. They started their work, as Ned mentioned, back in February when the contract was approved. And I want to thank Jane Lynn from Urban Field Studio and Christina Paul from Metropolitan Planning Group in particular for leading that team. They have been, such a pleasure to work with. They're very enthusiastic, thoughtful, and they've been very professional, and they're just a pleasure to work with every day. And as you know from your own council meetings here, this is a bit of a unique challenge trying to do such a plan in a virtual reality here. So Zoom meetings have been plentiful, and we've at least appreciated the ability to do that. So we prepared for you a report. Can you move to the next slide, please? We prepared for you a report that has an outline that I'll let Jane go through when I turn this over to her. But basically, the objectives are to look at where we stand today with what's been done, and then to move forward and get your ideas and thoughts. In our agenda report, we do mention that we would love to have any consensus direction from the council, but it is relatively early for that. So we're not really expecting that. But any ideas you have, any questions you have that we can answer, we'd be happy to deal with. And again, this is the first of several meetings we'll have with you in this public forum. So before I turn over to Jane and company there, I would like to put a little perspective on this, and it reflects what was written in our cover report on top of the full report that you got from Urban Field Studio. And that is that, back in 2008, there was a different council, there was a different cast of staff members, there was a different consultant. And so they had a bold plan, but at that point, they had no transit station on the ground. It was waiting to happen. And so they approved this bold plan, and then the Great Recession smacked everybody down. So it took until about 2012, and we really started to see some action. And I think what you see out there on the ground today is a reflection of the pent-up demand for housing, and much of it is at the lower intensity that's been put on the ground today, absent a transit station. But the beauty of it is that looking forward, a lot of the parcels that are available are closer into the transit station, and maybe we can achieve some of that density, and maybe we can get some of the office and other commercial space we're looking for to happen, obviously after our COVID-19 economy changes for us. So the newly reopened or the newly opened BART station, transit station, as well as the news of the pedestrian bridge opening very soon. That's all good news for the plan. And we hope to move forward with a lot of good activity. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Jane unless there are any questions of me. Okay, Jane, it's yours.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And thank you also to Jessica and Ned. It's been a real pleasure working with you. And good evening, City Council members. This is a very exciting project that we are very honored to be working on. The Milpitas Metro Specific Plan is really a wonderful place that we want to envision for the future. And actually, that's part of our objective today, is to get a little sense of what you think could happen here. And so our discussion at the end will center around a couple questions that really have to do with, what do you see as the future of this area? We've done a lot of work so far doing some existing conditions, and I want to show you all of that. And I just also want to introduce my other team members. We have, today you'll hear from Christina Paul with M Group, and also Typhian Rice Evans from EPS. He's an economist. And just a little bit about my background. I'm an architect and urban designer, and this is the kind of work I love to do, which is looking at this scale and thinking about the future and how to achieve that. So what we're going to talk about today is some of the context of our planning, what we've done so far in terms of stakeholder engagement, a little bit about the planning area and our different areas of focus, and of course, importantly, what is happening in the next 20 years. Next slide, please. So just to give you a sense of our plan progress, some of the others have touched on this already. We've done a kickoff and tour in March. We've done our existing conditions presentation to each other, to the city staff. And we worked closely together right after that on a framework strategy doing through a charrette process. So we worked very closely together for several days to come up with a lot of initial ideas. And here we are to tell you a little bit about what we found, and also to just get your feedback on some of the ideas that we started to form. So, and immediately following this, we'll do some more community engagement. Of course, it all has to be online right now. Christina will cover that a little bit more in just a bit. Next slide, please. So this is the first of 5 times we'll come to see the City Council here. And so this is, we're really just introducing the Milpitas Metro Plan here. And then when we come back to you, hopefully it's August, maybe it will be September, it might be, we'll bring framework ideas. And then following that meeting, we'll really talk about the specific plan framework in more detail and try to get consensus on some of the things to push forward for the specific plan. And then after the new year, we will come back together and start to look at the draft. So in the end, this will be an 18-month process with an EIR at the very end of it all. Next slide, please. So as Kevin had mentioned, the first time around, this was the Milpitas Transit Area Specific Plan, the TASP, and it was adopted in 2008 and amended once after that. So that was a while ago, and now we have the transit station open and BART opening just recently. What the Milpitas Metro Specific Plan will do is address the next 20 years and really look at what is happening. So far, we've really seen sort of half of the area develop. And so this specific plan really addresses the completion of this area in terms of its transformation. Next slide, please. So this is sort of one of the questions that we want to find out what you think. So it's a very open question. What kind of place will Milpitas Metro become? And here are quite a few different examples of what it's like to be near transit, or what's it like to be in a sort of urban fabric. And you really do start to see the emerging scale of what is planned for the area. And actually it's interesting to consider how other cities in our that are neighboring are developing. And actually what we see is that Milpitas is among all of these as a regional destination. And so when we think of that, we really start to see that it fits this urban character. And so we want to hear a little bit more about what that character could be. Next slide, please. So how do people perceive Milpitas right now? This is a very recent article by John King in the San Francisco Chronicle. And right now, when you come out of BART, he's remarking how it's a little bit like an island. And I think that we all kind of experience that. It's not quite complete yet. You see, it's the The transit center is going to be a great hub, but it hasn't all filled in yet. And I think what people do not see quite yet is how this will be a very livable neighborhood in the future with the current task in place. Now, the Milpitas Metro Plan will expand on that and make that an even more specific to what's going on from now through 20 years. But this is one thing that we want you to consider is, how do people perceive Milpitas when they get out of BART or if they arrive on light rail? Those are both really important ways that we will have visitors coming through. I mean, actually the light rail experience itself is really pretty amazing because you're above ground and you can really see all the way over the whole area. So there's some special resources here. There's some special transit options. And I think that is one thing that we'll have. Next slide, please. And of course, we're planning at a very interesting time. There are a lot of changes, and it's not just COVID. There are actually a lot of other things that are influencing the way we consider what we're planning for. Transportation and the way we think about how we get around has really shifted a lot since 2008 when the last plan was done. And the way we work is shifted now. It has shifted now, but it will have even more implications. And of course, this is something that we need to consider is the short term versus the long term. Right now, we are having to do a lot of social distancing. And of course, we'll be talking a lot about gathering places, social spaces, and the like. And we're hoping that in short time, hopefully, that we can go back to that pattern of living. And so when we think about the end result of the Milpitas Metro Plan, we're thinking about how it used to be when we started this project in February. So be aware, we are considering how this has really impacted the near term. And there are some things that Typhoon will also be touching on as far as what we expect to stay and what as new patterns and things that we expect will be just in the short term. Next slide, please. So if we consider how the area has developed, there are a couple of things that are still missing from the area, not in entirety, but we think that access could be better to the transit center and within the neighborhood itself. We know that the amenities in the area are still developing, and we're really excited about the new grocery store that is coming to the area. And we're also very excited about the Great Mall and what it is doing as far as a regional destination area in the area. But we see that there are other neighborhood services that still could fill in. And you're seeing some of the new development really make space for them with their ground floor retail. We have a few new parks, one that's not quite open yet that looks very nice, but there's even more open space to come considering how many people will be living in this area. And of course, there are lots of places for people to gather and things to do once we get to do all that stuff freely again. And so what other spaces there could be is something we will be working on and trying to make sure it's connected. Next slide, please. So just to give you a little bit of context and some of the things that we're doing, what we found and what we're looking at in terms of existing conditions. Next slide, please. So just to, I know you know where we are, but if you consider where we are within the region, we're at a very important spot. We're at the crossroads of transit, and we're also at the crossroads of freeways. And I mean, this is one of the most important places considering how much connection it has to the rest of the Bay Area and thinking beyond too. And then within the city, this is just to show you where we are in terms of the boundary. We're very much at the southern edge at the city boundary, and then also that we're next to another plan area, the Midtown plan area. Next slide, please. There's just a few changes that we're considering for the plan area itself. What you see in the dashed gray line is what the task area is currently defined as. And for the Milpitas metro area, we're considering the boundary to have a little bit of expansion to the east and to the west. And so to the east, we're considering some of the commercial parcels that are very close to BART. This is really to address the commercial opportunities in the area, considering how close it is to BART. We think that employment opportunities would be well situated to have that kind of proximity to transit. And also it has some great access to 680 as well. And then some expansion to the west includes some properties that have the potential to become affordable housing. So there's opportunities for that there, and there's already some that are being built that have the scale that we're really looking at along Great Mall Parkway. Next slide, please. And just to emphasize how much has changed, and this is something to be acknowledged and recognized. So in 2007, we had industrial parks that were in the area, and it was quite a low density place. And today we see a significant portion of the housing that was designated in the plan built. And we are really beginning to see the area transform and start to become a transit-oriented development as it was originally envisioned. Now, when we look at this, we also do see that there are some more opportunities, and actually that is on the next slide. So next slide, please. So just to recap on the changes in development since 2008, what you see here is a table, and also in this map. In the map, what we're showing here is in the light gray blue, those are the things that have not changed. In the darker blue, those are the building footprints that have developed since 2008, and some of them are quite visible, and I think that you might recognize some of those. And then what's kind of interesting that we were really working hard to make sure we could see are some of the future development footprints that are projects you do not see currently because they're under construction or they're entitled, and how they fit in. So there is this, halfway thing going on where we're almost there, but it'll take another couple decades to really fill out and complete this change. And so when you look at what the task planned, and that is that third column that is right next to the 2019 column, those are the numbers that were planned. So over 7,500 dwelling units, over 1 million square feet of office, over 2 million square feet of retail, and some significant hotel rooms. So to date, most of the housing has been developed. A very small portion of office and retail has been developed. And so that's one of our considerations, is how to make it more mixed use. And then to think about, of course, there is a hotel proposed, so that there is something in the pipeline. Another really important factor is to consider how the RHNA will affect your city, and how that this is one of those places, being near so many transit resources, where housing is quite appropriate, and also giving people many options for transit and more options for housing. Things seem to go hand in hand here. So when we consider the RHNA, that's one of the things that we know we're not quite done yet. This neighborhood still has some space to fill out. The next couple slides. The next slide shows some of the new housing, which I'm sure you've been around to see. There are many new townhomes, and then those are the ones that are about 3 to 4 stories, and then there's a lot of multi-family type developments, and those are a little bit taller, and a lot of them are more like apartments. And so they're all these are all quite nice and new, and we think they are starting to show that urban scale. Next slide, please. And, these are some renderings of what is yet to come. Of course, it's hard to know that this is coming because it's not visible yet, but there is quite a lot happening with Summerhill, Lion Living, Anton, and so on. So there's many new things that are about to happen. And even with COVID, these are projects that we heard are continuing to happen. So we will still see these. All right, next slide, please. And along with the private investment in those buildings, there have been a lot of public realm enhancements. So there's some really great new parks. And then there's just really great new connections. And this is something that the TASC did a really great job on, is defining the streetscape and making sure the places that people walk that are newly developed have just really nice landscaping and easy to walk to connections. And we hope to continue this. All right, next slide, please. And so when we look at this, there's some that you may not see as well. So there's the public parks at Bob McGuire Park that's open. The Augustus Rathbone Park is also there. And then we have McCandless Park, which is under construction. There's a couple privately funded open spaces that will be part of new development that we don't quite see yet. There's some at the 650 Capital project that are maybe more visible than others, and there's another spot right at the Turing. But in any case, these have really been visibly used. Whenever we go out for a tour and come and visit the area, we do see a lot of people using these spaces, especially the pedestrian environment, especially the nice sidewalks and such, so that especially now when people are at home, they really need to go on a walk. These are important amenities for everyone. And of course, we've mentioned the pedestrian crossing a few times, and that too will be a very important connector between BART and the Great Mall and the Piper neighborhood. Just to also acknowledge some of our sub-districts here. So we have that Piper neighborhood and the Great Mall subdistrict and the McCandless one and the Innovation District. And we just wanted to clarify that Tango is actually a mashup of two names of the streets in there, Sango and Tarab Court. So don't think we misspelled it. We actually meant to play with the names. So if we refer to that, you'll know what we're talking about. Okay, next slide, please. All right, I'm going to actually hand this over to Christina to talk a little bit about stakeholder engagement.
All right, hello everybody, good evening. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've been doing to engage the community and to make sure that while we are experts in planning, you are all experts in the community, and we need to make sure that we're getting all of the feedback and sort of local knowledge to make sure that as we begin to shape the plan, the sort of what's next for the TASC area, that we are hearing all of the voices that we need to hear. So if you can go to the next slide, please. This is a summary of the many different groups of folks that we have spoken to so far. Jane mentioned that we started off our project, fortunately, with an in-person kickoff meeting and tour of the area, where we really worked to get all of the relevant city department representatives together, that we could get together so we could start with a firm grounding with what all the different departments were thinking about in the plan area and what we needed to consider. We've been continuing the conversations with each of these departments as we've been uncovering new ideas and beginning to think about directions. We've also talked to quite a few public stakeholders. We've gotten the opportunity to speak with each of the city council members about visions for the Milpitas metro area, also representatives of the Chamber of Commerce, Planning Commission, School Board, BART, several folks from VTA, some folks who work in San Jose, where they're doing an interesting project around the Berryessa BART station, and also county roads. We also had quite a few sessions with private developers, looking to hear from them what shaped some of their thinking for older projects as well as newer projects and what the constraints and concerns are for them working in the Milpitas area. We've also made efforts to reach out to residents in the neighborhood. We sent out several invitations to join us at resident forums, and unfortunately didn't hear back from anybody. So we also invited folks to join us tonight to look at what we're beginning to think about in the plan area. And then we're going to follow up with more efforts to reach out to the community. If you can go to the next slide, please. These are some of our key takeaways from our preliminary outreach. As Jane mentioned, this is something that we do as part of our practice throughout the planning period, so that we get our initial conditions and then we keep checking in to make sure that we're heading in the right direction. So these are the things that we have heard. Number one, affordable housing is a major priority in Milpitas. We heard a lot of community comment on this earlier on in this meeting. And then, like Jane was saying, we need to think about how to strengthen a sense of place in Milpitas. How do you know where you are when you get off the BART station? How do you know, oh, I'm in Milpitas and this is a unique place? That's something that we're working on as part of the plan. We also have heard that the transit area is an appropriate place for height and density. You're seeing that already, but there may be some more opportunities for that in the future. We also want to continue to prioritize mixed use. So when we were looking back a few slides ago at what got built and what didn't get built as part of the task development, we got around 97% of the planned for residential, but there was quite a lot of commercial and retail and so on that did not come, that was planned for in part of the plan area. But those are things that we really want to look at how to encourage as part of this plan, so that we're building a complete neighborhood, a neighborhood where there are big destinations like the Great Mall and small destinations like neighborhood coffee shops or offices that residents can walk to. As we have seen in the development in the last 12 years, if one wants commercial land, one might have to protect it from residential development, because residential might be easier for developers to pencil out. So we need to think about how to preserve those employment opportunities in the plan area and provide opportunities for local neighborhood businesses to thrive, as well as potentially larger companies to establish footholds in Milpitas. We also really are focusing on the connections in the plan area. So how do we really make the metro area walkable? This goes beyond providing a sidewalk, but how do we think about how to make pedestrians and bicyclists as well feel safe using those modes of transportation to get across and through the planned district? One of the things that we're looking to do is to provide trails and neighborhood connections. So there may be, very public facing connections along the bigger boulevards in the plan area, but then we also want to make sure that we're drawing connections along the trails, for example, making sure that bike lanes link up to other parts of the bike network, so that people really feel comfortable having this be a pedestrian environment, as well as one where we acknowledge that there are major automobile thoroughfares going through the plan area. And we need to acknowledge that traffic and parking will be a concern. Particularly with COVID, folks might be, if they're not working from home, and they're going to their office, they are more inclined to drive. So we need to look at that, and we need to make sure that if we're proposing new residential, that will not necessarily be parked. That will definitely not be parked in the surrounding neighborhoods. So if you go to the next slide, this is an example of how we have been conducting our stakeholder interviews virtually. So we have these jam boards where we look at maps and we comment and we highlight and we circle and so on. So we're working on making this as seamless as possible, despite the fact that we cannot be in person with folks. So on to the next slide. This slide is actually about the next steps, not the study session objective, but about the next steps in our community engagement. So we actually have a plan website that is up and built, which is at milpitasmetro.org. This is where we will be hosting materials about the plan. There are some materials up there as well. Our primary push, however, right now is to get folks to engage in a map-based public survey. This is built on Maptionnaire, and I'll show you an image of it in a couple of slides. But we really want folks to let us know, how they are in the Milpitas Metro District. Where do they go? Where do they like to be? Where do they not like to be? What would they like to see there? And so on. So this is a great way for us to get a lot of feedback from the community. We're working at pushing out the request to engage with the city's communication department. We also will be continuing to hold stakeholder meetings through the summer. And then once folks kind of come back from summer and we begin to shape our direction on the plan, we'll have an online open house in the fall. So if you move on to the next slide, this is a screenshot of the Milpitas Metro website, which either will go live momentarily or went live today. It's live now. We just put it up today. And then if you move on to the next slide, this is our website that is our survey. So essentially from the website, you can click on links, and then we'll also send out emails and so on saying, come and visit this survey. It'll be up for the next month or so. We may offer Starbucks gift cards to people to make sure that people participate. It works. I mean, I don't know. Everybody likes lattes. And so what you can do is go into the survey, and it provides some information about the planning process, and then you can drag pins and make lines and answer questions like I was describing about where you like to be and what you would like to see in the plan area. All right, so Jane is gonna take us back and talk about what next steps are in the plan.
Great, thank you, Christina. So just want to make a second plug for the survey. It's a lot of fun to use. It's really not your standard survey, being a map-based survey. So I hope that anyone who's listening participates that way. Okay, next slide, please. We're gonna start looking at the areas of focus and some of our ideas for that. So right on to the next slide. This is some of our potential focus areas. And we wanted just to boil it down to some of the really major topics. One is considering what will happen on Great Mall Parkway, and we're calling it the Great Parkway. And then trying to give it give you a little preview of what that might mean. Then we also want to talk a little bit about Innovation District. And right now you can see it's this purple blob, and actually it's not necessarily in a particular place, but it's around BART, around the transit station, and taking advantage of its transit connections. There are a couple really important big properties in this area, including the Great Mall, and there's a couple VTA sites, VTA-owned sites that are key places where new development might happen. And pedestrian connections, we especially want to look at how we get across some of those major streets like Great Mall Parkway and Montague Expressway and get into the Tango subdistrict or over to McCandless or over to Great Mall and beyond. And so those are our focus areas. Next slide, please. The Great Parkway. So right now it's not so great, but we do think that there is this interesting, important feature in the middle, which is the light rail that's overhead. And this doesn't occur very many other places, but one thing to notice about it is, so we're in a very high up view in this image, but there are things really happening to the south of it. So Turing has now been built. It's not shown yet, but the district will continue to grow and there will be something really significant there. And then down below, there's Summerhill's Center Point project. And I think that is another really important project that will face onto the Great Mall Parkway. On the other side, I want you to take a notice that there are well, there's a big private parking lot, there's the Great Mall parking lots, and also the VTA bus depot, which is now just relocated. And VTA is going to come out with a request for qualifications for developers soon for that site. So they're actively looking for a partner and trying to develop it. So there's some opportunities coming there too. Next slide, please. What we really want to see is stuff happening on both sides. So what you see here with all these questions, these are a bit of a relic from our workshop together. So these are some of the questions we were asking each other. And really what we're trying to show with this diagram is how buildings might front onto this. This is absolutely not a proposal of how it will go, but it kind of shows maybe where some of those buildings would really reinforce this as a major street that has an impact when you drive along it. It would be a little bit different than the way it is perceived today. Next slide, please. So what we notice is it's really wide and it gives a lot of space over to cars. And so if we imagine that the development on one side is also happening on the other side, that would really start to build the street up in terms of its importance. And you'll start to see activity along the ground floor, and it's going to make it much more lively and a place you might even cruise. Now, cars would be maybe not the only way you could get down them. We could consider ways to make protected bike lanes or allow for wider sidewalks for people to walk on so that they could really enjoy this. And of course, we've also thought a lot about like what might happen to the median because it's in some places it's very wide for the overhead structure, and maybe considering how there could be public amenities like maybe a linear park on the Great Mall side or something like that. Now, these are all super preliminary ideas, but we thought we might run them by you as an idea. The other thing is we wanted to kind of see if we could do something to the overhead infrastructure. And so on the next slide, these are some examples we have seen in other places where they've really dressed up the overhead structure. So some of these are actually freeway structures. Not all of them are necessarily like the single column, but we can really see that, you know, public art in terms of murals or the way it's lighted or the way it's landscaped next to it along the median. We did learn that we can't do anything where people are really walking around on the median. They can walk across the crosswalks, but really that is not meant to be a park on the median. So, but short of that, we can really imagine that there would be something really nice to enhance and make you remember or make you really notice that you're here in Milpitas. And I think this is a very exciting idea. In some cases, this is one where you could really show how and represent what Milpitas is all about using that structure. And we did talk to VTA, and they haven't really done anything like this before, but they were open to some ideas on how to partner for it. And I think this is one way we could really make it better. Next slide, please. So this is really to draw us a little bit beyond the Great Mall Parkway and think about the metro epicenters. So when we think about new development in this area, we're really thinking about places around, say, BART, at the transit center, and at some really important intersections like Montague and Great Mall Parkway and McCandless. Both of those are really important nodes along that street. And then we can see that there's a lot of opportunities for the places that did not develop yet. And so if you recall, this is the base of this drawing is what we showed you a little bit earlier, where, you know, it shows what has been developed and what will come. But, you know, where it hasn't developed is some opportunity for future urban scale buildings. And the closer you get to transit, the more appropriate it is to have taller buildings so that more people can walk to it. So, and we really see this not just as housing, we see this as a mixed use neighborhood. Next slide, please. just to expand a little bit on the Innovation District, this is something where we're really thinking about a wide range of what could expand the businesses and job base here. Don't forget, this is a regional stop. This is right now, it will be for a couple decades, the second to last stop before you get to San Jose, and it's at the end of the line. And so that, you know, there's actually better connections here than at Berryessa because you have a connection to the light rail. And so there's really an opportunity for businesses to locate here. And I really want us to also expand and think beyond the fact that right now we are all working at home, but there will be a time when there will be different ways of working again. So whether that's R&D or flex, or maybe there's more co-working than we ever expected before, or maybe there's things where the ground floor retail becomes another office place because we are all doing more online. So how this works, really what we want to see is that it brings us more different land use opportunities and also support more activity throughout the day. We know that there's a really good combination of employees and local retail. So that's something important to do to make sure that is there. So next slide, please. And just to think about some of our big properties, we wanted to come up with some big ideas for them. Of course, we're not telling them what to do. We're just thinking about how they could really support this area in terms of you know, what they plan to do. So VTA has 2 sites, in fact, that are coming in. Actually, one of them I mentioned before, the bus depot. That bus depot actually moved to where the BART station is. And in fact, there's a little corner site right next to the existing bus depot, but they told us that their fleet is going electric in the future. And so you could imagine possibly that a new development could even put a deck over that new bus transit station. So that kind of thing would really make 2 new incredible developments here. VTA is also considering what to do on their parking lots and their on top of the parking structure in the long term. So not immediately, they're definitely trying to wait and see how much parking demand is needed in this area before making any kind of moves there. There's, again, a lot happening at the district. Lot 3 is now proposed, and so we are starting to see exactly what kind of vibrant place that is. And all the way to the east is public storage, and of course that is a big part of where the Innovation District is. Of course, we do not want to forget our great mall. We had a great conversation with the Great Mall, and we talked about all sorts of things. And actually on the next slide, this kind of gives you some ideas, of course, of the very, very big ideas that we could bring to them. This is a range. It's not exactly the proposals we made. You know, you really see that there's a lot of opportunity on the surface parking lot. So developing around the mall is a great idea. And in fact, they have come forward with some proposals in the past for that. Of course, we can imagine that maybe the Great Mall and retail may shift a little bit, and that there might be changes in the future, especially as retail becomes, well, it's constantly changing. So how it changes and how the mall adapts will be all different phases, and we can really see that there's some exciting things there. And of course, we proposed this idea of like, what if it's just something completely new? Well, actually, this one didn't fly. So, but the idea of what could happen here, I mean, if you imagine this is a very large space, what could happen if this was more integrated, more mixed in a different format? I do want us to go there in terms of our thoughts, but not necessarily, you know, we can be a little bit more practical and kind of come back to the middle. So those are some of our biggest properties and biggest ideas for this area. They are a very crucial part of the plan. And so we are doing our best to work with them and thinking about what to do on this site. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides really talk about connections, and we've got a lot of great opportunities in this area. There's Penitentiary Creek, And there's actually Berryessa Creek as well. Both are, they're both places that could be better amenities. And, you know, if you could cross over those creeks, it would be a lot of fun and walk and have the trails and recreational space. These are already part of the task plan, but to make it a reality is more or less something that the Milpitas Metro Plan will need to address. We're not done with our overcrossings over Montague Expressway. There's another one coming that is along the east channel of Penitentiary Creek. And so how that works is something that we'll be seeing in this plan as well. And then thinking about how to make our sidewalks as good as possible wherever we can, just to make it so that we can connect as easily as possible and have an alternative to the car. Next slide, please. So remember Tango, that mashed up name. So one of the things that we noticed is actually there's very little connection right now. There's quite a few barriers, and trying to get into that neighborhood and connect to BART is really difficult. What we do see is that there's going to be a further extension in the plans for South Milpitas Boulevard to go across, and there's a new park that is in the work. So that is something that will be part of the Milpitas Metro Plan too. Thinking about how that connects to the creek trails and across to McCandless Park, across the overcrossing. These are all really important opportunities. And the more we make these connections, the more people can bike and walk and really abandon their cars and make connection, get to the transit center to get to the places they need to. So with that, that's really some of our main focus areas and our main ideas. I want to turn it over next to Typhoon to talk about the next 20 years and what's going on there. Typhoon.
Great. Good evening, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm going to chat just briefly about some thoughts for the future, and then I'll turn it back to Jane, and she'll ask you some of the big questions you're probably excited to answer. So I think one of the things that we recognize as we think about the future, when we think about the specific plan, is we are thinking 5, 10, 20 years ahead. So obviously we're trying to maintain that perspective. At the same time, when we think about the future, I think we have to recognize where we are today and some of the things that are going on right now. And so, of course, now if we could move forward a couple of slides there, the thing that has hit us very strongly, of course, is this COVID-19 pandemic. Perfect, thank you, on the slides. And so we've gone from a situation that I think most of us would consider to be economically strong at the beginning. Maybe we can go back to the previous slide if possible. Economically strong, and both as a nation, as a state, and as a region, to be really blindsided by this public health crisis, which has led to an unprecedented downturn and now recession that wasn't really caused by economic fundamentals, but it was caused by this public health crisis. There's been many impacts of this. I think we're all living through those now. We have in the last few months and probably will be for the next few months. And to highlight some of them, and some of them, again, may be short-lived, but some of them will have perhaps enduring and structural effects on the way we think about the Silicon Valley economy and the way we think about Metro Milpitas. But a few of them are listed in this slide. A slower pace of development is certainly expected based on the economics we're seeing and the uncertainty that's out there. As you all know too well, the impact on public finances at the city and state level have been significant. So we're going to have, in the short term at least, less ability to invest public dollars. Some of the industries that were hardest hit, and the economic impacts are spreading to many industries right now, but some of them were hardest hit with those that were most immediately affected by social distancing. So we're talking about kind of indoor retail, which is obviously a lot of retail, dining, entertainment, leisure, and hospitality. So those all have taken a big hit, and in some cases, structural hits that will last beyond the immediate downturn. On retail, I think it's important to point out, as I think many of us knew, there was already a challenge for retail in terms of reformulation of a lot of retail centers, the way it was playing out. the rise of e-commerce, the increased use of online stores, and the COVID-19 pandemic, I think, has pushed many of us who aren't even that technologically savvy kind of more in that direction. So we may see some acceleration of that trend. And finally, on the office side of things, again, a lot of conversation and debate about exactly what this might do. As Jane noted, to office, we may well find some folks are looking for office spaces closer to home. We may find that some large corporations are asking people to work from home, indefinitely. But we also might find some companies are need larger office spaces to accommodate workers in a socially distanced way. So a lot of implications and a lot of things still being sorted out in real time here. Next slide, please. As this next slide, when it comes up, is a little bit of a historical look, just to recognize that economic cycles are almost as certain as death and taxes. They will happen. It just so happens that the Milpitas Transit Area Plan adopted last time, as Kevin pointed out, was being done just as one Great Recession hit, and to a certain extent that slowed things down initially. But we did, or you did, have in place the structures to kind of capture, if you will, the next wave of growth that was part of this next economic recovery. And as Jane, I think, pointed out earlier, a lot has been accomplished, especially on the residential side, through the current time. Now, as those numbers will, and we don't have the latest numbers on this table, but as they start to come in, and we know they go negative, there are a lot of questions about how quickly we'll recover. And there are certainly a lot of, I think, reasonable debate amongst prominent economists as to whether we'll bounce back quickly or over the long term. But I think there are some things we can say, next slide, please, about what we expect to still be important going forward as the pandemic, comes hopefully to a close. And so here is just a few thoughts about the future and things we should probably expect as we think about Metro Milpitas. And the first one, and broader one, really is that of many of the regions in the U.S., and we expect most of them to recover strongly when the pandemic is over. Silicon Valley, as has often been the case, is very well positioned to recover in a strong manner. So I think we should expect that to occur. And then when we think about that, we need to think about the role of Metro Milpitas in that recovery, combined with all the goals and questions that we have for you. And I think some of the things just we wanted to point out here, one, obviously on the transit side, we've spoken about that a lot, but traffic is not going away once the economy returns. And so having the BART stations, the VTA stations, that's a real asset that you have there. And so we do definitely want to make the most of that and use that to draw in the kind of development you're looking for. I think we also want to recognize, many of us, I think, on a personal level, but also kind of more collectively, when we're not allowed to go outside and see people, we start to realize how much we actually want to go outside and see people. And so I think if COVID has done anything, it's kind of reminded us of the importance of these kind of places to gather, whether they're community gathering spaces or whether they're cafes, other places like that. So we think that Metro Milpitas, at least in the city of Milpitas and within the region, can be a place that fills some of those gaps and provides some of that kind of interactive mixed use that we've been talking about. And finally, of course, the housing shortage / crisis. We've been spoken about that for many years. We continue to speak about it. I know it's something that's on the minds of, I think, many of the policymakers in the city of Milpitas, and I think there's no doubt that the need for housing is not going away. There will be continued demand for housing and opportunities for affordable housing, which I know is an important city goal. So those are a few of the thoughts that, well, none of us really know future and what's coming. We do think those are reasonably fair to expect and should perhaps help us formulate some of our planning as we move forward. And I think that's back to you, Jane.
Thank you so much, Typhoon. All right, so council members, are you ready to give us your feedback? I just want to show you these last two slides just to give you a set of questions to begin our discussion with. And these are really just you don't necessarily need to respond to each of these. There's 5 of them, but you can respond in a more global way if you like to. Really what we want to know from you are what do great neighborhoods look and feel like? And how can that help us form our plan? Are there, sometimes it helps to look at other places and reference. So if you can think of other places you think are relevant to Milpitas Metro's future, that would also be a great thing for us to know as well. It's just always helpful to have examples of other places you think do a great job of making the neighborhood feel. And of course, we put out some of our ideas of what this place is going to grow into, but what kind of place do you think Milpitas Metro should become? What kind of place will this neighborhood become in your eyes? And on the next slide, I know this is a lot to hold in your head, but here we go. What we also want to hear from you in our discussion is what future changes or opportunities would you like to see? What we're really driving at too is the city has a big role in public improvements in this area. So what are the public improvements that we should really focus on to complete this area? So with that, I think we're happy to pause on our speaking and give you all a chance to give us your thoughts. And I think I'm not sure exactly how to do this, but I'm going to just say maybe we should start with the mayor. I'm not sure, but if anyone has a desire to start, we can always take the order as you wish.
Thank you very much, Lynn, and thank you to the whole team. Certainly a lot of work done by many individuals to help us with your expertise in formulating a vision for this new neighborhood in our small town. I know y'all spoke with a lot of our community members and stakeholders, and it is my hope that this metro area will be different from our suburban landscape, but also maintain our really Milpitas culture and values in really an urbanizing area. And I think that's entirely possible. And that's where I think a lot of this agenda item and this work goes into, along with our council and really the community. The next step that y'all are taking is the community engagement. And I'm so excited for that, because that was certainly something that was lacking back in 2008 and the time period before 2008. As the tasks moved forward post the Great Recession, a lot of residents weren't as engaged as they, or informed as they rightfully should have been. And I think that's what really led to a lot of changes in City Hall. And so now that we're here, and I know I'm here, I'm going to make sure that the public is well informed and engaged with the planning that's happening, so that when we look back on this time period, maybe 5 years from now, or whenever the Milpitas Metro is really filled in, the community will know that they were a part of it, and there will be a greater transparency. So I did want to put that out there. Would have loved to have a workshop on this, or even a sole meeting in regards to this item, but I know with COVID and things, we could have got some poster boards up and or big Post-its, and answer these questions more structurally. But I'm really excited about the Metro. This presentation here is just super inspiring. I've had the pleasure to not only live in urbanized areas like Los Angeles, downtown, I was also West LA. I've had the opportunity to live in Manhattan, New York for a number of years, and traveled up and down the East Coast. And this is really up my alley here. It's really, in a way, what we're doing is public policy for a metropolitan region. And we do have it all, as you've highlighted, the BART, the light rail, the buses, the private buses to the tech companies. We really have it all, hills, golf courses. We top to bottom, our town, we have it all. And this is really the urban piece of our town. You've covered a lot of the areas that really are essential for a thriving urban area. Just looking at this slide here, you have outdoor areas, public and private parks. You have multi-mode transportation infrastructure, outdoor recreation. I see the outdoor movie there in the film. I did that a lot when I was in New York, and our city does that. Milpitas does that at our other parks. It's a hit success. Shout out Recreation Services. One of the great things is this is a lot of developments driven by the private business, real estate development sector, and our city has rightfully collected different fees, developer fees, and so it's a great really opportunity for our city to apply the funding to a lot of the strategies that you've kind of listed here throughout the presentation. And so I'm totally excited being a person that grew up here in town when it was agriculture still, and to live a personal life in urban areas, and to see now that being applied to the small town I grew up in is I'm super ecstatic and super blessed, and couldn't tell you I'm the most luckiest person to see this through in this period of time in our city's history. I want to now be really quick. Can you go back one slide? So these are the questions that you're asking. I want to answer them. And I know you probably got your pen out. You probably watch the video when you get done. So I'm just going to go through the 5 questions, answer them. I know there will be future opportunities for engagement really throughout the whole process. But I know folks are watching at home. It's a super almost futuristic thing to see. And so here we go. First question. I think you have the places. I think you have it covered. Maybe you guys can help work on the Midtown plan. Who knows? But we'll see how this goes. But that's another area. So, what kind of places do you think Milpitas Metro should become? Really, just a destination. I think when people come here to visit or to stay, there should be really places. It shouldn't be like parts of I don't want it to be like downtown LA where you might show up in a certain part of downtown, maybe the historic district, Spring Street, and there's not really many places to even sit down. I would love to have an emphasis on space. I hate for folks to come to Milpitas Metro and not have anywhere to get some tap water or some place to sit down. I would love this to be a very welcoming place, but also one that is very managed. So I think that's a key thing. I'd hate for folks to come here and really there's nowhere to sit, nowhere to lounge, people watch, that sort of thing. Different communities, jurisdictions have made a major effort to create an atmosphere where folks can really enjoy. Next question, what did great neighborhoods look and feel like? I kind of just answered that already. But yeah, I think, we should continue to push for landscaping, trees, green, shade, that sort of thing. I know in New York, sometimes when you walk around downtown and you don't see a tree for a while, kind of, and like you go like a few streets or avenues, you'll finally see one tree. You'll see one tree, just one. And you'll be so excited, it's like, oh my God, there's a tree. But I hope this area can continue to, I know I'll do my part to push for, kind of a natural element to blend in with, all the things that are happening. And you showed the light rail flyover, and I think that's a tremendous idea with the artwork, incorporating that. I know when I was in Shanghai, China. They had a lot of that for their kind of transportation infrastructure, and so they're really making the most out of every inch in square foot. So, then next slide here. We'll just. What future changes, opportunities would you like to see? I think the innovation part of the Midtown, Milpitas Metro, I think that's really going to be key. You know, we want to bring in more business and industry to our town, and we're starting to see a lot of new businesses come in town, Trader Joe's and drive-through restaurants, companies that we've never seen before. And I just know that as we have discussed for many years, the technology industry is coming eastward, and like you said, and like you noted, as we all know, you know, it has to go through this town. So I would love to see, you know, low use areas to get turned into a higher, you know, kind of Class A office. That'd be great. And then the last part, I'm just being, you know, pretty simple here tonight. I know we'll have more opportunities, but what public improvements are needed to complete this area? I like to see a public safety kind of incorporated more so. I know we got a police substation project that we're working on, and to, you know, I think we can identify if you already haven't already, but if we can put more emphasis on our, you know, public services, and so I think that'd be great, and that way we can round it out for the quality of life of our residents, so and visitors. Okay, so that's it. I know there's gonna be more, and so I'm just excited, and I want to really thank you guys and y'all for your work. And so next up here, Councilor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So we've come a long ways. This concept started back in 1990s. This is when, and the one that planted the seed was Councilmember Armando Gomez. So it's been in the works for a very long time, and I'm really glad to see the fruition, how it's coming to place. This was envisioned to be a Santana Row. So it looks like it's coming along. What I'd like to see is some type of a waterfall. Water is life. It does, when you add water element, it brings the whole area to life. I think the Santana Row has some waterfalls there. Also greenery, trees. I know, Mayor, you mentioned that there needs to be a lot of vegetation. That's really important. What else did I say? So I like the fact that the history with Armando Gomez, so this whole area was all industrial, and now we're transforming it into a metro. And this is something really big. Our city is really, really making some advances in creating a space for a lot of the millennials that like to hang out in these kind of areas. You mentioned the fact that there's more housing and the retail, the shops. I think we need to do more mixed use, so that way we can attract more businesses in that area. Coffee shops, ice cream parlors, you know, and then of course you're going to have that hotel there, and of course some nightclubs there. That would be good for that area.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe not a lot of them, but yeah, you get some nightclubs. Also, what else? I like the fact that you're putting in a lot of trails. That's important because there's BART is there, and we need that transit area, the walking area. Yeah, and the lighting, I liked your art. That is really important, have art in that area. I do like the renditions that you put out there with the neon lights. That was pretty cool. So I like that. This is going to be a very vibrant place. The other question I had, so is all this, the amenities, is that coming from the TAS fees, transit area specific plan fees?
A portion
Yes,
of it will, yeah, those fees are meant to stay in this area, and then there are some other parts of it that will be privately funded. So, but
Okay.
the fees do, yeah, actually one of our biggest tasks will be figuring out how the fees can be distributed to get all the things we want.
Great. Yeah, this is really looking really nice. Like I said, more water or water fountain or some type of water element there. And of course, more trees, greenery, and also modern as well with the neon lights. Maybe a TV screen, I don't know, but maybe that might be too superficial. Yeah, those are the kind of things I'd like to see. And I'd also like to make some type of connection with the Great Mall and the metro area. The transition, there needs to be some type of amalgamation there. And I don't know I don't know exactly what, but something needs to be done to kind of make that connection. Maybe you can think about something, maybe the pathway there, or some lighting, or maybe I know in San Francisco they have some the groundwork, the pavement has lighting on it. So that I always see that's really unique, where the pedestrians, it's lighted up from the bottom of the walkway. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, I think you're doing a great job, and this is going to be really nice. This is coming along pretty good. Yeah, you guys did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Montano. Next up, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much. And so, you know, Ned said I would love this, and he was not wrong. So most of you know, because I say it all the time, my son is, one of my sons, an architect. And so when I saw, Jane, your title, architect / urban design, is that what it was? I now know I have to tell him to go back and get that urban design part, because it's much more than just a building. This is beautiful. Every phase of this talks about creating not only a community, but a sense of community. No matter where you go, it's all tied together. The 5 questions don't do it justice. Giving answers to 5 questions doesn't allow one to say how 99.9% of this is all there. So I'm going to change the questions just a little bit. If someone were to ask me what I would like to add, it would really just be the transportation part about that last mile, just to make sure that if I want to enjoy all of these things, how do I make sure I can get to them? Because I think it's going to be a place that not only millennials want to go to, but senior millennials like myself will want to go to, because that's the kind of environment that I would want to wake up to. One of the questions was, how do you see this? And I see it an extension of my front and backyard. I'm going to walk out and I'm going to have breakfast at one place, lunch someplace else. I'm going to sit outside and watch people walking. Everybody out there is going to be a friend that I just haven't met yet. No matter where I'm at, no matter what's going on, I can enjoy every part that's out there. If that's watching a movie, if that is going another block and watching persons play sports on a field, whatever it is, but it always looks that inviting. If you can go back one slide, let's see, there's a particular thing I'm looking at right there. That one, that building that has the point with all the sort of glass, it looks like to me, I'm pointing at it, and I don't know if you can tell what I'm pointing at, but it's about in the middle. Looks sort of educational to me, and it tells me you could have some kind of educational opportunity right in your own community. And to me, being able to live, play, become educated, all within a 4 or 5 block area, makes it so appealing that I don't have to really own a car. You know, I can get by on a bike and public transportation because the BART station really is a transportation hub. I got the bus, I have light rail, and I have BART. I can do anything I want and go any place I want. Now, one more slide back. And so, Mayor, I want to make sure you see it. It's the second picture in. There's the amphitheater.
There it is right there. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is. I was, and you know, we didn't ask you to put it in, did we, Jane? You put it in. Being able to go out in your community, hear a little music, see a play, see the children's theater. I didn't ask anybody to put it in. But as I sat there, I thought, really, you can have it all, and you've thought about it all. And I won't even bring up the innovation component you included, which allows you to think about what our person is going to want in the next 5, 10, 15 years. But what I did think, this is the part that if I want to be part of the suburban area where I have a home and a driveway, a garage, I can do that in the other part of town. But if I want to be part of a community that goes up, and I can go out and see people all the time, come and go as I please using public transportation, and the kinds of communities the mayor talked about in New York and Los Angeles. We could have that too. So we do that broad spectrum. And one of the things you asked about was where else you could see this. So I saw this in Vancouver, Seattle. Long Beach is trying to do it. Tempe, I saw because my son went to ASU, and it didn't happen until they put that little train they put in that connected communities together. And San Antonio now is trying to do it. So I think it is possible. The difference, though, is I believe in Milpitas, we started with a blank slate. So Armando Gomez and all those persons back before us had the idea, and they were able to start with that just dirt. Whereas a lot of cities have to say, what are we going to do? And they have to do, there's a term that Ned and Steve use all the time, fill in or infill. Whereas we didn't have to do that in those spots. And so I just want to tell you, I got a brief glimpse last week at this. It is overpowering to me because this is not my background. But you make me want to live there. Now, I'm not sure that I'm going to be around long enough because some of those buildings that I want to live in, I can tell aren't going to be ready. I'm older than I feel, but I'm just not sure to be old enough to live on those high floors. But those are beautiful communities. And the one thing I think it is, the mayor and Carmen have said that so many times families here say, my children can't afford to live here. They can't afford to live here and go to school. Those are communities where it is still possible to live here if you're younger and go to school and still stay in the community you grew up in. And that's something that we should be able to offer those persons that grew up here in Milpitas. So thank you for what you've done. I just want to know when I can move in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. No, this is great work. I think you had mentioned that your firm had worked with some of the planning for the city of Anaheim. You know, I really admire how Anaheim has integrated transit into it's urban planning. I'm referring to obviously the transit center. I think it's called Arctic, where very well lit. There's some room for restaurants and small businesses really at the transit center, and of course the Anaheim packing district, really a hotspot for folks to come and just enjoy themselves, have some coffee, do some research or work. And if anybody here hasn't gone there yet, or they don't know what I'm talking about, I really recommend you taking a stop there the next time you head down to Southern California. Really a sight to see. I really see that as something that can be a major value proposition for us as we move forward with the Milpitas Metro. I think, and in addition to that, beyond just the simply cool factor, I think that we can also start looking ahead as to how the infrastructure that's going to be there is going to be relevant in the future of Milpitas. So I'm referring to if it's possible for us to integrate more technology in the lines of a smart city infrastructure. I think that can be an area worth exploring, and it'd be a major selling point for Milpitas to attract folks to live there, to lounge around and whatnot, but also really define Milpitas as the city of the future, because like it or not, Milpitas is not the little cornfields that it used to be, and I don't think it will ever get there again. And I think I for one, am not scared of that. I'm actually very hopeful as to where we're headed with all the businesses coming into Milpitas. I think integrating technology actually into our infrastructure would be really neat. That said, in terms of room for growth, I think there certainly is room for growth. I want to make sure that we meet our housing numbers, and so I would support adding more room there for growth, especially for affordable housing. Let's see, what else am I missing? Is there any other points that
Actually, advance the slide. I think the questions are really on this slide and the next one too.
Yeah, I think I addressed some of that already. Public improvements. I think it'd be cool for us to just have LEDs everywhere. A really well lit area, but in a way that's it's classy. That it's not just random lights. I think some cities try too hard there. Design's really important for me. Just in terms of all the designs, I think oftentimes when projects come before us, we don't actually we aren't actually able to really approve based on design or how it looks. creatively, aesthetically. And so if we're incorporating all that now into our long range planning, I think that can actually make for a more powerful visualization of projects coming before us, something that's much more futuristic, something that's much more aesthetically intriguing, as part of the requirements. So that's pretty much it on for me. Thanks a lot, everybody. I appreciate you all taking the time to talk to us individually. I think that was really helpful.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Go ahead and unmute myself. All right. Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. I'm going to go ahead and lower my hand before I forget. All right. First and foremost, I do want to thank staff for all of the work that they have been doing. I echo that the one-on-one opportunity was so exciting, and I will admit that it has been one of the most pleasurable parts of my job so far. It was so nice to just sit in a room and envision anything that I want and put it on a map with sticky notes that are color coordinated, and they were on the computer. So that was really exciting for me because I know that the community has been talking to our office. And so bear with me as I answer these questions because I did speak with some folks. I will probably send you another list because we have been putting some work into this. And so I'm going to go ahead and start with the future changes and opportunities that I would like to see. And my answers will incorporate the other questions. So I want to give tangible examples as you have asked to give you examples of places. And based on the feedback, I want to go ahead and start with making sure that this metro area encompasses the missing middle. Making sure that we speak with the county, that we try to use some Measure A funding, and that we do projects. I loved the urban planning. I believe it's the new development that's across the street from Great America in the city of Santa Clara. It's a combination of urban planning, making sure there's affordable housing, and they actually were able to incorporate a farm into the development project that sits on top of the building. And so I would love to see things like that as we start talking about the new affordable housing that needs to go in there because we need to meet our RENA numbers. The second thing that I would like to see is rethinking what parking lots look like. So if you look at Buffalo City, they were able to really talking about the same thing, narrowing down the streets, but really using more of that sidewalk to try to keep folks from out of their cars, especially around this transit center. I would like to bring small business operating in the parking lot areas, either in the transit center or making sure that there's pop-ups to ensure that small businesses and businesses that are led by minority communities and women of color, that they have access to build their business in models like the one that San Jose used. They were able to use the parking lots across the street from San Pedro Market. So I would really want to see something like that. I would like to see protected bike lanes like in Tulum, Mexico. This not only provides an opportunity for individuals to get out of the car and be protected in using those bike lanes. I know, Mary, thank you so much for your feedback. I know we had a great conversation when this conversation came up, but the protected bike lanes that I have seen in Tulum are actually something I have not seen in other place. So I would like to do that and maybe incorporate a program like Viva Parks or Viva Calle that the city of San Jose has had for a couple of years. The other thing that I would like to see is architecture that puts the city first, like music. I know when we went to San Diego, they had a bridge that when you go over it, it plays music. Or in San Francisco, there's a staircase that as you move through it, it plays the piano. How awesome would it be if we incorporated some of our history from Milpitas? Because we are the city of little, corn, or what is it, little cornfields. So I do think that the history is really important. And so I want people, when they come out of this transit center, to be like, wow, this is Milpitas, and this is the history of Milpitas, and why is it so important that this transit center is part of the developing future. I want to see green infrastructure. So this is trails that connect, unusual flower beds that promote art, like in New York. I want to see a rural urban transit building ecosystem, again, that supports history and builds a new ecosystem like downtown Napa. Again, putting Milpitas history first. Again, I echo Councilmember Montano's idea, putting creative traffic lights, crosswalks with lights like in San Francisco or Chicago, glowing bike paths like ones that we have seen in Hawaii or Sydney, Australia. Almost done, I promise. I have 3 more that I really want to make sure. I want to also make sure, based on community's feedback, that Poland, the Lake of Aprosity in Poland, did some pretty awesome stuff with their wooden benches that became places to see shows. They included an amphitheater. And so this park was made of recycled materials. There's another one in Shanghai called Urban Bloom, which is amazing. I will finish by making sure that we are moving into a smart city infrastructure, that we put smart Wi-Fi stations, that we build a new way of work. Because as we've seen with even COVID, it's going to be no longer in offices for 18 hours at a time. It's going to be places that are mobile, that are accessible, and that, I hate to admit it, that are Instagrammable. So it's important for us to ensure that art and greens are included, like the labyrinth in Buenos Aires, and that we do not forget about the environment. We could do cool trash bins. Ensure that our bees continue to pollinate, because we need our bees. There are some cities that have used the urban planning infrastructures to ensure that that population continues. And so I have way more ideas, but because of the matter of time, I will make sure that I just email them to you guys. But I'm really stoked about all of this. And I hope that, I think big sometimes, but please know that I think all of us are just so excited to be part of this process and be able to say to our, in my age, to my great grandchildren, right? Because I have my daughter, but I hope that one day, when I told my mom, I'm blessed to be here and be able to afford to live here thanks to my parents, because I don't have to worry about getting a license after 60, right? So I'm like, I could take the train. And so I hope that in the future, my great grandchildren are able to see what we're going to develop together. So thank you all for your time. Thank you, staff, for your consideration and for the questions. And I look forward to the community also giving their feedback and incorporating what they think this metro area.
Thank you very much. Next up, we're going to our city clerk, Mary Lavelle, for public comment.
Yes, Mayor. Shall the time limit remain the same at 1 minute?
Yes, please. Yes, we'll keep it consistent. It is getting late, and please.
Okay. I have 4 comments from you. I will time, the first one's longer than the other, so I'm going to time it for you.
Sure.
This is from Chris Rio, 1775 Millmont Drive. We need to understand that as Milpitas becomes an industrialized city with the implementation of a new metro-specific plan, we will see a swift change in the demographics and needs of our residents and your constituents. Unfortunately, for people like Mr. Tran, who says they, quote, grew up, unquote, in Milpitas, the city has changed considerably and is continuing to change. This city is no longer just a grove of orchards and rolling hills. This is a growing urban city with all the needs of a growing urban city. You need to do more in ways of social services in order to mitigate the woes that come with an industrialized city. We should not be increasing the police budget, which is aghast and appalling. You have all yourselves cited that part of the reason for the increase in the police budget is to deal with, quote, unhoused and homeless contact with the police, unquote. That is a waste of resources when police will either refer these people to social workers or worse yet, shoot and kill someone who they do not understand is mentally ill or suffering from drug abuse. And even the alternative, which is to incarcerate homeless people, will only worsen our burden. This is a waste of tax resources. We need to help homeless people, not imprison them. I have seen people benefit from social services. That's a time limit on that one.
I appreciate the comment. I am a social worker, but carry on.
Okay, the next comment is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. The mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, the city manager, and staff, we got through the most, one or some of the greatest challenges. We must go along with the momentum. Our partners, developers, financiers, are that aggressive, talented, and motivated. Thank you. The Southeastern Gateway starts to shine. We'll meet and just match. Welcome their efforts. Let's accommodate. Next comment is from the gentleman I already read a comment from, so I'll go to the next one.
Thank you.
The next comment for you is from Jackie Romero, Milpitas. It is imperative that with all the high density housing that the LEAP, that's capital LEAP program, requires that you all passed last week, and in this plan that MUSD is able to provide quality, equitable education. The city council must be sure developers' fees will provide funds to assist with impact. Residents have had to carry the burden with MUSD bonds. 2012 bond was to build phase 1 of the Matos Elementary. And then again, 2018 bond was for phase 2. Be responsible with development of our city. The expectation for residents to pay for a building, a new school for new development area is unfair. Developers in other cities have had the requirements of building schools in their housing developments. Please be smart in your decisions. Let's keep MUSD in mind. Next comment is from Irvish Mehta with a P.O. box address in Milpitas. To Milpitas City Council members and staff members, thank you for Milpitas Metro presentation to Jane and Christina. Along developing Milpitas Metro, it is important to have a vision of Milpitas downtown, as well as develop Milpitas City Office, designed by where a citizen could consider as a historic site, French Quarter. Your consideration to the matter is appreciated. Thanks, Irvish Mehta. Those are all of the comments for this item on your agenda.
Okay, thank you so much, very much, Mary. I want to thank public for their comments and for Jackie. You know, we do collect developer fees, and as long as I've been here, we've done our best. Full power within me to collect every penny possible. So I appreciate your concern. I remember when I first got started in this job, a person named Carmen Montano gave me a notebook, kind of a 3-ring binder. I said, Carmen, what is this? She said, this is the TASP Trans-Area Specific Plan. And so I knew it was important to really put a really clear focus on this area. Just a little funny story. Okay, great. Well, let's take one more. We'll take another comment. Yeah.
There is one more, and I'd like to read that to you. This is from Charles Schlettbaum, 1775 Millmont Drive. Can the city council play a bigger role in planning pedestrian accessible daycare in this new development area? That's it.
Okay, thank you. We can't have a discussion about that right now, not because I don't want to. I would love to, trust me. But please email us here at the city council on the city website so that we can give you a very concise response to your question, Charles. We appreciate you. But yeah, that's the format how we're going to answer questions. Typically, I welcome you to our meetings. I know you weren't here with us in the past as long as I've been here, but welcome aboard and reach out to me, reach out to us, and we'll get back to you short with that info. But definitely a positive request, absolutely. So that's it with public comment. No more public comments. We're going to bring it back up here to the virtual chamber here. I'm so happy to hear from every single person and on my colleagues. It's going to be quite an exciting time. I feel like it's always an exciting time in Milpitas, but we are living in 2020, a very unique year in our city's history and globally, but just focusing on our city. There's so many things happening. A lot of great work from our predecessors and those and prior to this year with skate park opening up and Legoland. We're supposed to have Legoland of the Bay Area open in April, but that got delayed obviously due to the pandemic. But the BART, I think that was really a great thing to happen, and things are going smooth over there. And let's continue to see the brighter side of things and the silver linings. I want to go back to our guests. We have Tifion, I hope I said it right, and then Christina and Jane. Thank you so much for the presentation tonight. Thanks for sticking with us. It's actually not too bad of a time in the evening here in Milpitas for a council meeting. So, it could be later, but it's not. So I'm glad it's not that late for y'all. So Jane, did you want to kind of wrap up your agenda item here?
Sure, I really appreciate the opportunity to present to you, and we are so excited. I am also just so it's so great to hear your ideas and enthusiasm for this area, and I'm just very excited to carry on. Again, our survey will be all of July, and for anyone who's listening out there, milpitasmetro.org is our website, and we'd love to get as much feedback as possible. We wish we could be out there with you for the community engagement, but unfortunately, we need to do it online. So please give us your thoughts. We absolutely want to hear as much as we can so that we consider all the great things that could go in this area in the future. And I want to thank my teammates as well for joining me today.
Awesome. Awesome, great. Looking forward to the survey. I'm definitely going to post it on my social media, and we'll see what the engagement looks like. And so thanks again. We won't keep you any longer. Thank you all, you three, and we'll continue to be engaged. Have a great evening. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I want to keep the meeting moving. That was so great to receive the presentation. Moving on to item number 3, we decided early on that 3 will be pushed to a forward meeting. So that's good, I think, per the request of our colleagues. And moving on to the consent calendar. Now we're here, new format alert, consent calendar. I'm looking at it. I am okay with the consent calendar, but I do want to recognize my Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez, for any requests for the consent calendar.
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor. So I just would like to remove or number 5.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right, great. Okay. Looking for any further virtual raised hands. Okay, I don't see any. Okay, so we're gonna pull item number 5 from the consent calendar. Looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar with item number 5 pulled.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion by Vice Mayor Nunez to approve the consent calendar with the pulling item number 5. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor virtually, we have Councilmember Van.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The motion is carried. The consent calendar is approved with pulling of item number 5. And so we will go to our city manager, Steve, with item number 5.
City manager, would you like me to ask the question?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor, but I have no idea what is going to be asked. We're good. I'm
Okay,
good,
let's
but
go
I'm
to the
not
vice
that
mayor.
good.
Yeah. So, the only reason, because what I see here is August 4th, so I don't see a listing of the items we said we would put from the council onto this one. And so I remember council member Dominguez saying it doesn't have to, her last one is from the start of the meeting, it doesn't have to be on August 4th, just put it on one. Are we going to start showing them on here so we know which ones to prepare for?
I think the ones, I mean, this one is pretty far out, right? So.
Oh, well, I just want to know which ones you're going to put forward on the 4th. So not hers, but we had others we had talked about, and you said, well, that'll be on the 3rd, that'll be on the 3rd, but I don't see any of them on the 3rd. So
yeah, I will go back and look at those.
Okay.
We won't forget any of those, but yeah, we'll get them on there. And I think it's just what's going on right now is we've had 4 meetings and 4 meetings.
Oh, sure.
And
I get it. I get it.
After week. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to
not forgotten and not lost.
No, I wanted to prove to you I actually do read it. And so that was it. I just wanted to make sure it was there. So with that, I move the item.
No votes
Got a
needed.
motion to
Need to vote on it.
Accept the.
all right, we got a motion to accept item number 5. We have by Nunez. You have a second by I believe I heard a second by Councilmember Dominguez.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor virtually. You got Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself, tonight the motion is carried. We have received item number 5. Thank you so much. And so, yeah, that leads us to the end of the short agenda and swell evening. It's been a pleasure. I want to take a moment here for each person on the virtual dais to maybe comment. This is our last meeting of the fiscal year. And I think we've been through a lot as people in society, as individuals. I am speaking from my heart at this time. I want to state that I am thankful for each person. It's been, reflecting here, but it's been an honor to serve this fiscal year and this calendar year thus far. I had spoke to others, and I said that, this is the job that I signed up for, where everybody individually is coming forward with their best foot to contribute to the betterment of our community. And so for that, I'm thankful for each person. It really has been a delight. And I say that with my deepest heart. And I look forward to continuing the good work in public service after the recess, after we spend time to ourselves and our families. I know I will get some rest and reflection, recovery. I really look forward to continuing after the recess. So we'll go down here to my right on the virtual dais, and I love for folks to say a little something before we break for recess, as we won't be seeing each other together for some time. So Vice Mayor, if you may.
Sure. So thank you for the opportunity. I think that I probably have learned more in the last 4 or 5 months than I did the 3 years before, mostly because I better understood the role and got to know the city more than I did all the years I lived here. And I have probably all of you to thank for that. All of you have were generous enough to allow me to grow, and you didn't get really mad at me when you should have. You didn't take me to task when you could have. I look at Chris, and when you really could have said in a very stern voice, why the heck did you do it that way? Or why did you do that at all? You didn't. You took the time to teach me instead of scold me, and I appreciate that. All of you took the time to be teachers, and I want to thank you for that, because I believe we're all growing in these roles that we have, and me probably more than all of you. So thank you, and thanks to the community for letting me grow while I sit in this chair, because it is. Somebody said it tonight. It is a difficult place to sit, but it is the greatest place to sit. Trying to help people is something I enjoy doing. We all have our unique talents, and together, the five of us make an exceptional team. So thank you for letting me be part of that team. Thank you.
Okay, next we're going through the virtual dais. So to the right of the vice mayor is Councilmember Dominguez.
I would like to begin with just thanking the community. What the level of engagement that I have seen in this past year, being as I'm concluding the second fiscal year, has been something I have never, ever seen in Milpitas. And I do believe that it's because of that engagement that we are moving a lot faster. And so I definitely want to commend everyone who has taken the time from their busy schedules to be part of the council meetings, if it's either through public comment, or sharing your ideas, your feedback, criticizing us, whatever it is that you have brought. Thank you for being part of this team, because we cannot do our work without you guys. I am one that I will always stand my ground. And I'm also learning, I'm also evolving, I'm also building a level of awareness. And something that I have learned is that as leaders, we all have our strengths and we all have our weaknesses. But the best leaders lend their strengths to those who have weaknesses. And so that has really stuck with me from the beginning of the year, is how am I going to lend my strengths to those who currently may display some weaknesses, and how am I going to help them build that level of awareness? Because at the end of the day, we're all a team. We all got voted in. We're all here. We may have our differences on the dais, but I do know that at the end, we all love Milpitas, and we just do things very differently. And I too want to thank all of you for allowing me to learn and grow along with you guys, allowing me to take the space. I want to thank Steve, our city manager. There's not one day that I don't thank the Lord above for you being the leader of the city. I'm learning so much from you, and the leadership that I want to build by the time that I leave is definitely not going to be the same how I got here. And I want to thank all of you for allowing me to have that growth, for continuing to allow me to own my space, for continuing to allow to build healthy boundaries when they're needed, because I think we're all examples to those who are watching us at home. And so I can't wait until fiscal year 3 with all of you, to think bigger, to be bolder, and to really make Milpitas the vision that so many of our community members are depending on us to be. So staff, what can I say? You guys are a small but mighty group. And I am so blessed to have you on board. I know your job is hard and you motivate me every day to become the best council member that I could be. And I look forward to building that future with you guys. So thank you.
Okay, next up on the virtual dais, we have Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for your public service, where we are all public servants. Excuse me, I'm having a sore throat for some reason. I hope it's not that COVID. But so I want to thank each and every one of you for serving our community. I mean, I've been here for a very long time, and I served on the council 2012 to 2016. But this council, every council is different. Every council has their strengths and their weaknesses, as Councilmember Dominguez had mentioned. But this council, we have a drive or a passion to make this city the best city in the whole area. And I think that's what the common denominator that we have, to really work with the staff and with the community to make this the best place in the whole area. I wanted to make sure that staff, you guys rest, and also the city council members. We're going to be off for the whole month of July. So this will give us an opportunity to re-energize, refocus, and also to reflect, on doing the right thing for the community and also building bridges as well. We're not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but we try our best. And I know that we're going to have some challenges because of the recession, because of COVID-19. It's a game changer. The whole world has changed. The whole society has changed. The old way of doing things we're not going to be doing that anymore. We're going to be having virtual meetings. I think they're probably going to be here to stay until we get a vaccine. And I don't think that's going to happen till the next year. I'm trying to be not a pessimist, but I'm trying to be optimistic.
Really?
There is going to be a vaccine. But it's not going to come anytime soon. But right now we have to adapt to our new environment. So I want staff to take a rest, and especially our city, the city council, and I respect all of you and make sure that just stay safe. And thank you, staff, for all your hard work to making the city the best city in all of the county. Actually, in all of California, I think. Take care. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Councilmember Montano. We're going to your virtual ride, Councilmember Finn.
Yes, I'm equally grateful, just as all of you are. It's been the honor of my life to have served a term on the council. I know we don't sit on the dais anymore, but I think it's always going to feel like it. But to really just sit behind the dais and make these decisions, and go through the trials of that every public official has to go through. The amount of public pressure, the amount of public criticism, the amount of public backlash. This is a thankless job, and it's not why we do the job. But I'm very thankful for all of you, especially to staff. Thank you, staff, for lack of a better word, putting up with us. Sometimes we'll have our antics, and we'll really go at it. And I think, if anything, it's indication of democracy working, that dissent exists, that we keep checks on each other, That's how the system was made to work. And I'd like to think that more often than not that it does work. I don't say much anymore. I think earlier in my term, I would, really drag out the speeches, really try to make my point, because it sounds cool. To me, it did at the time as a young council member, first time serving. But by my 4th year, I just want to get good work done, and I don't care much for, getting one up over anybody else. I want to be able to support everybody here. And these past months, I think the pandemic and everything, it's been, for me at least, I'm reminded of my own mortality, that we don't, in the long grand scheme of things, we're not going to be around very long. And the things that we say here, the things that we accomplish, the things that we say to each other, when all's said and done, and we're no longer serving here, when we look back, what kind of legacy do we want to leave behind? And I think about that a lot. I think about that. I lost a friend recently to COVID. And just last week, I lost my grandmother, and it's been really difficult. But I look back on that lifetime and what mattered to them, and arguing with, their colleagues, making ginormous issues out of, very small things. It's not worth it. What matters is living a life that's that uplifts others around you. And so that's gonna be my mantra, and I'll just end my comments on that. Just be safe, everybody.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And we got a couple more folks here. I want to go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to thank the council for doing good work. I think over the past few months, you guys have, as a group, have been through a lot, dealing with the pandemic, understanding changes in the Brown Act, dealing with a new format for public comment. We had the La Quinta hearing, we had cannabis issues. You guys have dealt with a lot, I think, in the past few months. And so I just thank you for allowing me the opportunity to serve you, to continue to work with you, and to make sure that you have the best advice so that you can make the hard decisions that you have to make on the council dais. So just thank you, and get some rest.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we're going to conclude with our city manager. Usually I've been giving shout outs to every department director in person on the Zoom or participants, but tonight we're going to our permanent city manager, Steve McHarris. He's going to be wrapping up our fiscal year, the meeting with whichever words he chooses and thoughts and expressions. Now, Steve, you're going to be speaking for all city employees and all the directors and chiefs. All right, so take it away, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the council, staff, the community. I have no speech for you tonight, but I would say, from listening to all the nice, kind words this evening, I would say what resonates the most is what I just heard, living a life that uplifts others. That really does embody what we're all doing here. That's why we all got into what we're doing, whether we're elected, appointed, volunteers, employees. I don't know if I missed anybody out of that, residents, business owners in this fine town of Milpitas. There's a reason we're all here. And I think it really shows tonight. I think it showed over the past number of council meetings how well we've grown together, worked through some difficult, really difficult issues. I think, I could not go through names, but I would have to say, it seems like every night we have a certain team that gets a certain amount of kudos and well deserved. We've heard a lot out of housing, some great work done, but tonight we did have planning, which is not every day you have a plan come before you. Ned Thomas, Jessica Garner, Kevin Riley, Hanson Hobb, thank you very much. And the team that works for you guys and supports you, as well as all the departments that supported you. That task plan, as the consultants mentioned earlier, we had a lot of support across most all departments, because it's building community. It's not just about the buildings and urban design. There's lots of things going on there. There's neighborhoods already there, and they're looking forward to completion. And that could be lifelong, and we're all part of that journey. So that's the beauty of planning. I have to say, public safety has gone through quite a bit these last several months as well. We're all there for the ride, but they're front line, as we know. They've been through quite a bit, continue to experience quite a bit, but here they are every day coming to work, serving our community to the best they can, and they've done a fantastic job. Overall, when I look at and when I talk to the other city managers across our county, and I reflect back on what we're doing each day, I'd have to say we truly are leading in so many places. And sure, there's always more work to be done. We can always do better. But I think this is a good time to just think back, whether it was the past week, past month, or even the past year here, and how much we have indeed accomplished and how far we have come. And we have so much more. Yeah, it's the end of the fiscal year, but we're only halfway through the calendar year. So we've got another 6 months. I think it is a good idea to take 6 months at a time. And we have a good vision. We have strong vision in our planning. We have strong vision in our council. And yeah, we'll have a month off, but it's really a month off of, after having a marathon of meetings. I would even venture to guess we may have broke the record for the number of meetings we've had in 6 month period of time. I'm not sure. I can't recall working anywhere we've had this many council meetings, study sessions, working sessions of all types and kinds with the council. And that reflects in us, and probably why we're a bit tired and overwhelmed, losing our voices. Councilmember Montano, I agree. That's just a result of all the hard work. Our days are long. I mean, the community should know this. I can testify that I start very early, and it's not about me, but I can tell you I start early with this council and I end late with this council, and it's day in and day out. And when COVID hit and it was harder, everybody got to work and worked even harder. And that really shows. So nobody is letting anybody down in this group. It just resonates all the way through, and I hear it through the community. I know you guys do too. We see it in social media. I think it just reflects well on us all. I don't think I have much more to say. Oh, I did want to say one last thing about July, where it does seem like, oh, the council's going on vacation. Well, they should. They've been working. They definitely deserve it, and so do the department heads and staff. But it doesn't mean everything stops. In July, we'll be taking the volumes of work that have been the volumes of work that really, when I say work, the ideas, visions, the goals, those things continue on at City Hall, and it's virtual, but we're all still working together. So whether we're reflecting on things or actually getting work done, meaning processing policy, taking care of the Milpitas residents, that happens daily, and it will continue through this month. This is just a good time to kind of pause off these meetings and really catch up, so we're ready to go in August. That is probably something that everybody should realize and recognize as well. So everybody's, give yourself a pat on the back, applause, whatever it is that you feel is deserved. But that, I guess it really is. I mean, that's well deserved, all of you, and I thank everybody that's been a part of this great city. And you know, God bless Milpitas, God bless America, right? We're running into the 4th of July here, our Independence Day, and Friday's a holiday that's observed by the city of Milpitas. I hope everybody gets a little rest and relaxation. So
Thank you. Thank you so much. There you have it. That is your fiscal year 1920. This meeting is adjourned.
Stay safe. Happy 4th of July, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Have a good night summer.
Same to you. Same to all of you.
See you in August.
Okay.